ওখানে ভিডিও ফোনে জয়েন না हेलो 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 আসছে
কিন্তু স্যারের আওয়াজটা শোনা যাবে না যারা অনলাইনে থাকবে তাদের শুনতে হবে
তাহলে কি করে হবে ওটা তো এখান থেকে শুনতে হবে ল্যাপটপ থেকে শুনতে হবে করলাম তো হ্যালো
পুরোটা অফ করে দাও সাউন্ড সব অফ করে এটা দিয়ে হ্যালো এবার কথা
হ্যালো
this speaker সেটা অফ হ্যালো
হ্যালো
Someone needs to admit.
Let us start.
उसके वजह से
Someone needs to admit.
Actually, let us start.
পোস্ট করে দিই
আগে এন্টার করতে দে এন্টার কর ওখানে গিয়ে
নালে অ্যালাউ অল
ওই
করে
যে
রাখ
4 people কে অ্যালাউ অল করে দে
সেটিংস কি অ্যালাউ অল করে রাখ 100% নিতে जो ऑनलाइन है उनकी आवाज आ जाएगी इसमें ना उधर से नहीं आएगी इसमें उधर से नहीं आएगी
इधर से
অল্টারনেট করলেই তো হয় স্যার উনি বলেনি ওরা শুনো তারপর যখন বিসিএসআর বলবেন আমরা এটাকে অফ করব ওটাকে অফ করব someone needs to stay
না ওখান থেকে ডাইরেক্ট শুধু অডিওটা অন করে এখানে অফ করে নিতে হবে
হয়ে যাবে
এটাই তো বলছি তুই এখানে আয় তো আমি আছি আমি
উপরে যাও
ম্যাম আছেন ম্যাম কে পোস্ট করছি আপাতত স্যার ওখান থেকে আপনার ওটা আছে তো মিউট আছে তো
হ্যাঁ
এইবার স্টার্ট করুন
না একবার দেখে নিন যারা অনলাইনে আছে শুনতে
ম্যাম
পাচ্ছেন।
আপনি অনলাইন আছেন তো স্যার আপনি বলুন
হ্যালো
কেউ আসতে শোনা যাচ্ছে না।
হ্যালো
আপনার আওয়াজ ওখান থেকে নিচ্ছে।
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে আমি
হ্যাঁ, হ্যাঁ।
জোরে বলছি লেট আস স্টার্ট
স্টার্ট।
Good morning. I am Dr. Indranil Mukshuddi, Associate Professor and HOD, School of Management Studies, JIS University, the host for today's inaugural event for the 5-day workshop on research methods organized by the School of Management Studies, JIS University. Now I would request our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dhar Dubey, Dean, School of Management Studies and Dean, School of Juridical Sciences, and Professor Dr. Himanshu Shekhar Maji, Dean, Academics, JIS University, to honor us and be on the stage. Sir, can you please come to the stage? Esteemed professors, research scholars, academicians, industry people, and dear students, it is my rare privilege and honor to welcome you all to the program. We are extremely fortunate to have with us Professor Dr. Indranil Sengupta, Honorable Vice Chancellor, JIS University, Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dhar Dubey, Dean, School of Management Studies and Juridical Sciences, Professor Himanshu Shekhar Maji, Dean, Academics, and all the esteemed faculty members of JIS University. We thank all the esteemed dignitaries for gracing the inaugural session. We are fortunate to have with us participants from across the country representing and institutions like Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, St. Xavier's University, Kolkata, Techno University, Kolkata, Ranchi University, Kolkata, Ranchi University, Jharkhand, sorry, IMS Ghaziabad, MIT World Peace University, Pune, Heritage Academy, Kolkata, Shri Vaishnav College, Aligarh, IMS Unison University, Dehradun, Graphic Era Hill University, Dehradun, Institute of Engineering and Management, Kolkata, Swami Vivekananda University, Madhangram B.Ed College, and we also have one corporate participant from Del Bengaluru. Moment, let us invoke the blessings of the Almighty by lighting the lamp, followed by Saraswati Vandana. So I may request the guests, on the dais for the Saraswati Vandana. Sir, please can you?
Pintu sir, you also join.
May I also request
Please.
Professor Dr. Pintu sir to
Please.
join the occasion.
You also. Come. Shabik.
Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. So, Let us invoke the Almighty through a Saraswati Bandana. Sound is coming.
I'll just you check once.
আসছে sound? It's not audible.
Can you share here?
Okay, let me share.
You can share the screen. Right. Sharing sound problem.
Sorry, we are having some little bit of technical snack out there.
না না কিসের লেগে
राजश्री सोल से सारी अपडेट्स पाने के लिए बेल आइकन दबाइए।
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम्। हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
Thank you all.
राजश्री सोल
Now, let us introduce our mentor, our guru, and he's with us today online. Warm welcome to Professor Dr. Indranil Sengupta, Honorable Vice Chancellor, JIS University, Kolkata. Before we listen to sir, let us introduce the audience to our mentor, our guru. Professor Indranil Sengupta joined Vice Chancellor of JIS University in the year 2021. Earlier, he did his BTech, MTech, and PhD degrees in Computer Science from the University of Calcutta. He joined Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, as a faculty member in the department of CAC in the year 1988 and has been actively involved in teaching and research for more than 32 years. He had earlier worked with the heads of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering and School of Information Technology and also Managing Director of Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Park, FDP. He also worked as the Associate Head of Computer and Informatics Center, where he was responsible for planning, designing, and implementing one of the largest networks infrastructure in Asia. He has guided 23 PhD students and have published more than 200 papers, peer-reviewed journals, and conference proceedings. His research interests include reversible and quantum computing, VLSI design, and test with emphasis on emerging technologies and information security. He has been the general organizing chairs of several reputed international conferences and symposia like Reversible Computation 217, Asian Test Symposium 2005 and 2019, Electronic Circuit Design ISED 2012, Indocrypt 2008, etc. He has developed 6 online courses that are run on a regular basis under the SWAM NPTEL platform. He is also a senior member of IEEE. We welcome you, sir, and we are eagerly waiting to listen to you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mutsuddi. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for organizing this 5-day workshop on research methodology. What I would like to say is that although as per the flyer that has been distributed, this program is targeted for the Faculty of Management, Social Sciences and Humanities, but at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for, but I feel whatever will be discussed here will be equally useful. I would like to say that researchers from other disciplines as well. Distributed this program. Now, I would like to share a few things with you all. Firstly, this is a workshop on research methodology. So what do we really mean by research? Well, a very obvious definition can be something like this. Research is something where we invent or we propose something new. But the truth is that most often or not, whatever we do, whatever we come up with as part of a PhD work of a student, we really do not claim that we have done something very new. Rather, we have tried to improve upon something which is already existing, or we have looked at a specific problem that is being faced by our society or the scientific community, and we're trying to come up with a solution corresponding to that problem. Okay? And it is most important that whenever you do this kind of research, of course, at the end, you will be publishing your work in some journals or conferences. So there, the most important thing is to compare your findings, whatever you have done, whatever you have proposed, against or with respect to some of the existing recent works in the field. This requires a very thorough literature survey, which should be the first step in every research activity. Before you start doing something as part of your research, you should first know and understand what others have already done. See, today, this task has become so much easier. Earlier, during our student days, we used to go to so many different libraries because all books and journals were not available in all the libraries. We have to run around, we have to look for books, look for journals, try to find them and read them. But today, if you have access over the internet, you can have, you can say, you can basically have access to any kind of information you need, journals, conferences, books, everything. So this is one big advantage we have. But I emphasize again, it will be covered in some other lectures, I'm sure, that literature survey is a very important part of research. The second thing I'd like to say is that, well, once you have come up with something new, you have completed some research work, and you want to publish your work in some journals or conferences. See, normally I have seen that most of the research scholars, they try to publish in journals only, because as per the mandate of some regulatory authorities or the institute, they have to publish a minimum number of journal papers. Okay, first thing I would like to say is that this is a good guideline that you have to publish. This is very good, because unless you publish, other people all around the world will not be able to know what you have done. Okay, so your work will be meaningless. So what I would like to say, always try to publish in reputed journals and conferences, and never ever publish in journals which are so-called pay and publish. You pay some money and they will publish within 2 weeks or 1 month. Never publish that kind of a journal, because that will adversely affect your CV in the long run. If someone finds that you have published in that kind of journals, they will be having a very bad impression about you. So this is a very honest suggestion, and for all of you, please remember this. And there are a few other things. It is extremely important to maintain ethics during these research activities. See, there are so many information available in the internet. You do a Google search, you get so many things. So people may be tempted to pick up something from other sources and include in your paper or the thesis, but never try to do that, because nowadays every thesis, before it is getting submitted, you will have to undergo it through some kind of a plagiarism check. There are plagiarism checking software which will be checking the contents of your thesis against existing published works. The same holds for journal papers and conference papers. When you submit them for publication, the editors or the persons involved in publication, they also go through the same process. They go through some kind of plagiarism check. So this is a very important thing for you to remember and understand. And then comes some kind of standardization. Already we have talked about it. You should follow some standard when you are preparing your thesis, which is adopted worldwide. Like I have emphasized on this earlier also, there is a document typesetting software called LaTeX. This is recognized worldwide, and many of the journals, they accept submissions in LaTeX only, right? So this is my request to all the research scholars who are present in this event today, that learn LaTeX as early as you can. Say, I had requested specifically to include one session of LaTeX, a couple of sessions in this workshop. I think it is slotted in on the last day. You learn LaTeX, start using it. There are so many different advantages of using LaTeX. See, I may be located anywhere. My collaborators in a paper, they may be located in different places, different countries. But there are platforms, for example, Overleaf is one such platform. Using Overleaf, 3 of us can edit a document at the same time using LaTeX. It is very easy, very seamlessly. It can be extendable to any number of users who want to edit, and so on and so forth. So when I was looking at the program today, see, in the first session, we have a talk by my ex-colleague, Professor Soumitra Banerjee. Well, he's an excellent speaker. I'm sure all of you will be enjoying his talk. And recently, he has published one book, one textbook on research methodology. So I have requested our Dean of Research to adopt that textbook in the course on research methodology, which all of our research scholars have mandatorily required to go through. So that particular book summarizes the experience of Professor Banerjee, which I'm sure will be sharing with you during his talk in the next session. So I would not like to take too much time here. So wishing this workshop a very big success in terms of the takeaways of the research scholars, the audience, what additionally you can take from this event, how you can adopt them or use them in your next phase of your works. That is most important. So with these few words, I thank the organizers once again for organizing such a very nice event. Thank you very much.
Hope with your blessings and good wishes, we will make this workshop absolute success. So now moving on with our, inaugural program. Now, Dean, Department of Management Studies and Juridical Sciences, Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dhar Dubey. Sir is a seasoned professional in management studies. He had led several institutions of national repute across India. He has more than 16 years of leadership. He has more than 16 years of leadership experience in reputed institutions across India. He has published several research papers in national and international journals. And without wasting further time, let us welcome Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dhar Dubey, sir. Sir, please.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Mutsudi. And my responsibility that I have been asked for is today welcome to all of the dignitaries as well as the participants. So to start with, I would like to first of all welcome and thank our most honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Professor Indranil Sen-Gupta sir. Out of his very busy schedule, he came and he just started with this inaugural speech, which was just like a blessing upon us on this workshop on research methodology. Sir is a seasoned academician, as already described about him by my previous my colleague Professor Mutsudi, and he is a national as well as international face also. I really thank Professor Sen-Gupta sir to extend always a support that whenever we proceed ahead with this academic endeavors, and especially for this program, we discussed a couple of weeks before in my department. One day I just thought, why not to go with this research methodology kind of workshop. I was discussing with my colleagues in my department. Then it came to like, let us discuss with Vice Chancellor sir. When I discussed, sir was also very excited, and finally he told that we have to do this. And also this is very important because of the, as already VC sir told, that this is also because of many regulatory authorities now in Indian academic world, like NAC, UGC, AICTE, and NBA. Multiple platforms are there which actually is looking ahead to have best responsibility towards society. So the researchers who are involved in researches, they require to come up with best kind of output, the real and accurate kind of output, which can really serve the society, serve the upcoming researchers, and of course industry and every other part of life. So for this, we require to learn multiple techniques, tools, methodologies, of course methods and methodologies, which really help the research to go ahead with the process of accuracy. As already sir told, there must be an ethics in research. Already sir told that there should not be a kind of plagiarism. Sir also told that how we start with the basic research with observation. That is the start of any research. So whenever we proceed ahead with the research or start with the research, we observe the thing, we start thinking about. So we move from darkness towards light. That is research. We are trying to find out sometimes seen problems, sometimes unseen problems, sometimes any problem which is not at present right now, but it may be assumed to appear in future. So considering all these kind of, we generally move into the researches so that we can at least sophisticate our society, our world in all better, ways. As my responsibility today is to welcome, so I thank Professor Vice Chancellor sir that he could give a wonderful speech. That was just an eye opener to all of us. Secondly, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Manji, Dean Academics, on a very short notice and invitation that he accepted, and he could just be with us. This is really thank you. Thanks a lot, sir, that you are with us to just bestow this inaugural session. I really thank Professor P.K. Day, sir, who is present here. I thank Professor Kotal, sir. I thank Dr. Shobik. I thank Mutsudi and Dr. Shulshika, Dr. Manua Banerjee, all present here, and also all those who are present online. So this is really great. That one another thing that I would like to mention here, that yesterday till morning, today, I got this information that we have 13 universities from across our country, and people, the participants from those various states and universities of the nation, they are participant with us. So we are really to see the diversity and the participant, the research scholars. There are some from corporate world also, as I was informed by Dr. Mutsudi early morning that one of the participants from Dell in Bangalore, he has also joined with us. And altogether more than 80 people who registered for this program. I welcome all those research scholars and academicians who are just a part of this research methodology program. I am very happy and I am very delighted because we are having a galaxy of resource persons again from across our country, nation. Starting with Professor Dr. Soumitra Banerjee from IISER, he is a ex-colleague of our Vice Chancellor sir also, and he is one of the greatest professionals that we can see in the Kolkata region. He is one of the finest, academic stalwarts, that what we can say. And I had a discussion with him a couple of days before over phone, and he really, I'm happy that he could extend his support for giving a session on this research methodology introduction. His would be the very introductory session when the technical session will begin. So I am thanking him very much that he could just agree to be with us. Secondly, we are having Professor Santosh Kumar. He is from Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur. So he would be taking another session. We are having Dr. Professor Ritesh Kumar Dubey. He is from XIMB Bhubaneswar. We are yet another having Professor Kartike Bolar from TAPMI in Hyderabad or Bangalore.
He is TAPMI Manipal.
Manipal. That is in Bangalore. So he was also one of my friends. So he accepted this invitation to be with us. One another finest resource person that we have is Professor Pradeep Tarai. He is from IIM Jammu, and he accepted my personal invitation to just give on the very last day, on the 9th of this December, he would be giving his session on multi-criteria decision making, hopefully. So we are having Galaxy, and I really thank all these greatest resource persons from across India and also participants from across India. This is a wonderful event that we are going to have starting from today till 9th of December. I'm very happy and hopefully to see a lot of good things will be coming, a lot of great takeaways will be moving ahead. And the researchers come up with all, in their research process and do even better researches that I wish to see. Thank you all, and thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Last one thing, I really thank my coordinators, the support of my department. I really thank Professor Indranil Mukshudi sir and Dr. Shurshika, and Tanmay is sitting here. He is fresh young blood, but he is very excited, and we could all together do it today finally. And Dr. Shulagna is also there. I can't forget her. And in a very short notice, all the team of the Department of Management promptly acted, and we could really make it happen from today itself. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Words would take us a long way, and we'll definitely prove ourselves in time to come. So now I would request our esteemed professor, Professor Shrutrashika Das ma'am, to come and felicitate Professor Rakesh sir with a small token of appreciation. Now we are extremely glad to have with us our guest of honor, Professor Dr. JISU-PHARMA Maji. Sir is the Dean Academics for JIS University. Sir had been always a pillar of motivation, encouragement, and support for any function. I still remember that I called sir a couple of days ago and said that sir, we need to conduct an inaugural program in the hybrid mode. And sir said, please go on. So it was a very short notice. And sir said, please go on and let us conduct it and make it a success. So without waiting further, let me welcome Professor Dr. Himanshu Shekhar Maji to enlighten us for today's session. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Indranil Sengupta, Dr. Indranil Mukshudi, the Head of the Department of Pharmacy, the Head of the Department of the Management Studies, and who is hosting the program, the Dean, Professor Rakesh Kumar Bhardwaj, the Dean of Management as well as Physical Sciences, who is controlling or rather directing both the departments with his able hands into the right path. Director IQAC, Dr. Pintu Kumar De, and I can see three head of the department, Department of Chemistry, Dr. Portal, Department of Genetics, from the Department of Remote Sensing and GIS. Of course, my colleagues, Dr. Shrutrashika Das and Mr. Tanmay, and the faculty members and the participants from across 13 different universities who has participated in this workshop program on research methodology. Say in the morning, sir was asking me to give a brief CV to read out. So I told that, sir, actually I don't have. My name is Himanshu Maji and I am the Dean Academics of JIS University. That is sufficient, if I am not wrong. Yes, sir. Yeah. So to all of you and all the participants, I am Himanshu Shekhar Maji, an ex-alumni of Jadavpur University. I am in academics for last 21 years and in academic administration for last 10 years or so. And at JIS University, I am present since last 6 years. I have seen JIS University growing from a small plant to a big one, a bigger one, but still we have a long way to go. I really appreciate the the effort and endeavor taken by the Department of Management Studies to organize this kind of faculty development program. They have rightly chosen the topic research methodology. So right now it's a topic of concern, and in this 5 days of time, you will be learning a lot on research, on literature survey. See, I am not at all a very good researcher with an H index of only single digit. So our honorable vice chancellor said a lot regarding the research methodology. But what I insist all the participants and all the members to listen to me is that doing research is something different from your regular academic activities or regular academic studies like diploma, undergraduate, or postgraduate. See, here ethics has to be kept at a point higher than any other things. In line, our honorable vice chancellor said that there are a lot of informations available in the internet which might be similar to your research work, and you might be tempted to copy something from that part, and that may be included. But at the end of the day, as I said, that your documents needs to be checked through a plagiarism checker. Many of the journals nowadays are, I think almost all the journals are taking manuscripts. So at the end of the day, if you see that your area of expertise is in common with someone else's, you might feel bad. So try to keep your ethics on a higher priority than the culture of knowledge that you have in your research activities. I welcome all the speakers. We can see that I was going through the program schedule, and we can see that a number of important programs are there included in this research methodology workshop. You will learn a scientific approach for literature review. You will learn a scientific approach to write your PhD dissertations, as our honorable vice chancellors have said, and insisted to include a session on LaTeX. I have seen the 2 sessions are there on LaTeX. It's a beautiful programmer which can format your dissertations into a fruitful way. So with lots of expectations and lots of hopes, I wish this program a grand success. On behalf of JISU University, on behalf of the Department of Management Studies, and on behalf of all the faculty members, I welcome all the registered participants at JISU University. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Now, may I request Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dhardube to felicitate Maji sir with a bouquet. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Rakesh sir to also felicitate Dr. P.K. Day sir, who is also the director of our IQAC department, with a bouquet. So thank you, one and all. We have come to the end of the inaugural program, and we will be shortly starting the technical session. And today we are having 2 sessions. In the pre-lunch session, we are going to have a session on the introduction to research methodology, and that will be delivered by Professor Soumitra Banerjee, IISER Kolkata. He is a professor from IISER Kolkata. So he will be interacting with you shortly. And in the second session, that is from 2 o'clock to 4 p.m., we are going to have acumen for quality publication, and that will be delivered by Dr. Santosh Kumar from Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur. So please keep yourself tagged and we would shortly start the technical session. And on behalf of the team of the organizing team of the workshop on research method, I once again thank our mentor, our guru, Professor Dr. Indra Sengupta, for being the pillar of inspiration and motivation, and making this event possible and guiding us all through the way to go ahead with this program. And we sincerely thank Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dhar Dubey for being our mentor, guide, and like a poll-star, and guiding us all the way to academic endeavors. We thank Professor Dr. Himanshu Shekhar Maji for his constant inspiration, motivation, guidance, and support. And without his encouragement, this event wouldn't have been kick-started. I also would like to extend my thanks to our Dean of Research, Dr. Moinak Mukhopadhyay, who was not being able to present in this session due to his personal engagement. I would like to sincerely thank him for his constant endeavors to instill the spirit of research work among all the faculty members and research scholars. I thank you, sir. And I would also like to sincerely thank Professor Dr. P.K. Dey, sir, for instilling the sense of quality consciousness among all our endeavors, academic endeavors and administrative endeavors. He is leading the IQAC cell of our institution, and I sincerely thank you, sir, for your endeavors. I would also like to thank the esteemed HODs who are present from their respective departments who have graced this occasion. And I would like to thank our co-coordinator, Professor Shudhashika Das ma'am, for her support, constant support. I would like to thank my colleagues, from the management department, Tanmoy sir, Shulokna madam, for helping us day and now to conduct this session. So with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. In another 5 minutes, we are going to start the technical session. Thank you.
So technical session can be, everyone can go in the class with their, or we can go to our rooms, na?
Yeah.
And এখানে তো শোনাই যাচ্ছে না তো।
Now I would request all the participants to wait for another 5 minutes, and we will start the technical session. In another 5 minutes.
44 participants are there.
দেখ কলমটা দিয়ে দেখি।
কেউ বললে তো হবে।
আরে কেউ একটা এখানেই বলে দিচ্ছে, তুই দেখ না।
That screen and that screen, because some of them may be facing problem in entering the room.
Shall we continue from here? Shall we continue here?
আগে আওয়াজটা দেখতে চাই, সেজন্য সেটাই তো বলছি।
আপনি বলুন, ভলিউম দেওয়া আছে তো।
কোথায় দেওয়া আছে?
ভিসি স্যার বললেন তো।
আপনি বলুন তো।
স্যার কাজ করবেন, পার্টিসিপেন্ট যদি না করে অ্যালাউ করে দিন।
আরে সবাইকে এই করে রেখেছে।
Unmute.
মিশে গেছে।
Hello.
এসছে তো, ইকো হচ্ছে।
बाहर जाने से नहीं होगा
না,
বেশিরভাগ ওই সময়
এখান থেকে কিছু বলবে না।
Good morning, one and all. So let us start the session 1. And in this session, we are going to have the topic Introduction to Research Methodology. And the resource person would be none other than Professor Soumitra Banerjee, Professor IISER, Kolkata. So welcome to the first session on research methodology. And let me, dear Banerjee, so sir is the professor of Indian Institute of Science and Education and Research, Kolkata. Professor Dr. Soumitra Banerjee did his BE from Bengal Engineering College, Calcutta University in 1981. He did his MTech from IIT Delhi in 1983 and PhD from the same institute in 1987. So he was in the faculty of IIT Kharagpur since 1986 and moved to the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Kolkata in 2009. Dr. Banerjee's areas of interest are like nonlinear dynamics and bifurcation theory. He has published 4 books: Nonlinear Phenomena in Power Electronics, Dynamics for Engineers, Wind Electrical Systems, Research Methodology for Natural Sciences. Sir is a recipient of the SS Bhatnagar Prize 2003 and was recognized as a highly cited author by Thomson Reuters from 2004 and 2014. Sir is a fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences, the Indian National Academy of Engineering, the Indian National Science Academy, the World Academy of Sciences and IEEE. So without wasting further time, we would be sharing a video and then sir would be addressing you on that particular topic. So let us share the video.
वीडियो ही नहीं आ रहा है ऑडियो
In my lecture, I will be focusing more on the research methodology that are applicable to the sciences, because I come from the science background. But in general, the same methodologies are applicable to other disciplines, because any inquiry at the end of the day has to follow a scientific method. So in this course, we will try to learn what the scientific method is. Now, in any methodological issue, there is a question of what approach you are following, what outlook you are following, and that will determine your method. So in science also, or research also, there is a question of approach, outlook, and that in general constitutes the philosophy of science. But what do we do in research? Research is entirely different from what we learn in school, college, university. All through that process, whatever we learn, it is entirely different, because in school, college, university, we learn or we are taught what mankind already knows, what are confirmed to be true. But research concerns the things that we do not know. In research, we ask questions and we seek answers to those questions. And when we do so, we have to follow a definite methodology. In the past, there was a long time when no methodology was there. People tried this way and that, some succeeded, most failed, and finally we understood that unless you follow a certain methodology, you cannot really do good science, in the sense that you ask a question, you will not find the answer to that question. That is why there is a methodology of science. Now, when we come to science, there is a clear distinction between science and other ways of thinking that are not science. Here I am again not distinguishing between the disciplines. History is a discipline. Sociology is a discipline. Political science is a discipline. In the same way, physics, chemistry, mathematics are disciplines. But this is not what I am saying. Because in those disciplines also, essentially the same method is followed. A scientist asks questions like, how did the earth form? How did the sun form? Why are the leaves green? Why is the sky blue? These are the questions that a scientist asks. A historian asks questions like, what kind of society was there during the Vedic period, for example? What kind of society was there in the Harappan civilization? So these are the things that they try to put together, following a very definite method. Now that method definitely does not count on what I think. So what I think, I believe, it is my belief, these things are completely out. We cannot do any science using that on belief systems. In the ancient time, that was the way of thinking. People thought, they thought, they believed things, and then they pursued everything based on those beliefs. No, science does not work that way. In science, we say that what I believe may be wrong. And therefore, it is my task to figure out whether my belief is correct or not, to test the belief. Therefore, science rests on doubt, while unscientific ways of thinking rests on belief. And because we doubt, we continuously refine and correct the older mistakes. Not only mistakes, we propose better theories. Newton's theory was known to be correct because it was satisfying most of the observations around. But still people kept checking, testing. And when they studied the orbit of Mercury, they found that there is a slight bit of difference from what Newton's theory would predict, and thereby we knew that something needs to be done, improved. So science rests on not believing. Science rests on questioning every belief. Now, when this way of thinking is called objective thinking. Thinking which we have abandoned, now we have homed onto objective thinking, which says that what I am thinking may be wrong, therefore it is my job to test it. And how do we test it? From objective reality. That's one important thing. And as we go along, we'll see how this is actually applied. The second thing is that there are various shades of thinking prevalent in the society. One of that is materialism, and science rests on materialism. Now this materialism doesn't mean eat, drink and be merry. That kind of vulgar representation of materialism is not what I'm talking about. Materialism means the intellectual position that says that the world is composed of matter, and there is nothing but matter in this material world. Therefore, all questions of the scientists focus on character, property, behavior of matter, material things. So, that is another important thing. Science rests on materialism. And that materialism believes that matter exists independent of our consciousness. Matter exists independent of consciousness. Whether we understand it or not, whether we see it or not, whether we perceive it or not, still matter exists. And it is our job to do whatever are there in my capacity, in our capacity, to probe the character of matter, to see, to view, to experiment with, ultimately develop some understanding about the properties of matter. Now, when we understand these two elementary aspects, one, objectivity, second, materialism, then we will find that whatever we ask are related to some kind of causality question. Why does this happen? Why did that happen? What caused it? So, most of the questions that we try to probe are causality questions, which means that causality is one of the foundations. The idea of causality is one of the foundations of science. Whatever happens, we know that there must be a cause. And whenever we look for a cause, because of our position of materialism, we look for the cause in material entities and phenomena. We never say, for example, if a scientist is faced with the question, how did the earth form? How did the moon form? How life was started on earth? We never say that some supernatural entity created this. We try to find out how actually this happened. For example, how did the sun and the moon and the earth was created? Scientists propose hypotheses, then they test hypotheses, ultimately they come to a conclusion it was formed this way. And those hypotheses are completely based on material processes and phenomena. So causality is another very important aspect of the scientific process. So we come to the situation that we have questions. We have questions and we are trying to find out answers to those questions. Faced with a question, how does a scientist proceed? Now, a scientist, when he or she is starting to work, it is not that he or she is the only person or the first person to think about that particular problem. Others may have thought it. Others may have probed it, investigated it. So the first thing that a scientist needs to do is to find out what others have known, what others have found out. In general, that is called literature survey. Now, when we say what others have found, others have these, that means suppose there is a phenomenon that you are trying to probe, and in probing that you are trying to find out what others have found. Essentially, these are the facts about that phenomenon, which will form your clue. For example, if a scientist is facing the question, how was the solar system created? He would try to find out what we really know about the solar system. For example, we know that the sun, a big star, is at the center, and all the planets go around in a elliptical orbit, but the planet's orbit, the ellipse, is a plane. Now, it is possible, at least theoretically thinkable, that one planet is going like this, another planet is going like that, a third planet is going like this. Is it so? No. Scientists have found that all the planets are going in the same direction, in the same plane, almost the same plane. It's called the zodiacal plane. Now, that is a clue. When a scientist faces the problem of figuring out how the solar system was created, this is a clue. Similarly, the Kepler's laws provide clue. We knew that this is the way the planets move. There is a question of angular momentum of the sun. If any body rotates, it has an angular momentum. It has been found that the angular momentum of the sun is very small, even though it's a very large body. While the angular momentum of the outer planets like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, these are very large. So this is another fact about the solar system that a scientist would like to collect. So this kind of collection of the facts about a phenomenon is the first thing that a scientist has to do. Sometimes some experiment may have been performed on a system and experimental results are available. So when a scientist is asking question, he has to ask based on those facts that are already obtained. So the first thing is to obtain the facts. Now when these facts are obtained about that particular phenomenon, what does a scientist do? Now this is a very important methodological issue in science. A scientist then forms what are known as scientific guess. Scientific guess is different from wild guess. The scientific guess is called hypothesis. So you do not know how the solar system was formed, but you are trying to guess how the solar system was formed. That would form a hypothesis. And if you are studying, say, society, if you are studying the earth itself, like geologists do, if you are trying to figure out how a particular species has evolved, these are questions. You first collect the information about that thing and then you propose hypothesis. And then you have to test the hypothesis. The first thing a hypothesis has to do, if it is to be called a scientific hypothesis, any wild guess is not a hypothesis. In order to be scientific, it has to meet 4 criteria. The first is that whatever facts have been collected about the system, the clues, as I said, the hypothesis has to be consistent with those clues. That means, if the hypothesis is true, then those clues must be found. So the hypothesis must be consistent with the clues. Secondly, the hypothesis must satisfy the demand of materialism. That means it must be based on material processes and phenomena. If somebody has, say, a cancer, and one asks, why did the cancer form? What was the why? That's a why question. A hypothesis could be there was a mutation in a particular cell division and it was a wrong mutation, so that created the cancer. Another could be that that person committed a sin in the previous birth, and because of that he has this ailment. No, a scientist would not make that kind of a hypothesis because it is not following material processes and phenomena. So the second important criterion is that it has to be based on material processes and phenomena. Now, when the number of clues that we have obtained is small, then at that time a large number of possible hypotheses would be possible, each one consistent with the clues. So there can be, if something has happened, you could guess that it has happened by possibility A, also possibility B, possibility C. We do not know which one is true. Each one is a guess, each one is a hypothesis. But then we have to do directed tests to eliminate the wrong ones. So this is the method of science. Notice what I said. I said that we propose hypothesis and eliminate the wrong hypothesis. We do not test to prove a hypothesis to be true. Why? It's a very important point in science. Why? Because no theory can ever be proved to be true. as I just pointed out, that Newton proposed a theory of motion. Right? And that theory was immensely successful on all sorts of motions, like the motion of a cannonball, motion of an arrow, motion of the moon, motion of the Jupiter. All those motions, we found that they go exactly as per the theory of Newton. But then, none of these observations actually proved Newton's theory to be right. But one observation concerning the motion of Mercury proved that something needs to be done. It's not entirely correct. It proved that under certain conditions, the Newton's theory becomes inadequate. So, therefore, no amount of experimentation can prove a theory, but a single experiment can disprove a theory. That's why Einstein said that 1,000 experiments cannot prove my theory, but a single experiment can disprove. If the result of the experiment is at odds with the prediction of my theory, then my theory is definitely wrong. Very important point. So 1,000 observations cannot prove a theory, but a single observation at odds with the prediction of a theory will definitely disprove the theory. And because of that, this is what we really count on. When a scientist proposes a theory, another scientist proposes a hypothesis, another scientist would propose another hypothesis, maybe a single scientist can propose 3-4 hypotheses, all consistent with the clues, but then the next step is to test and eliminate the wrong ones. How do you do that? By testing. And therefore, the third criterion of a hypothesis being a hypothesis means a scientific guess, is that it must have experimentally or observationally testable predictions. It must have observationally testable predictions. And testing that, one can conclude whether the hypothesis is true or false. For example, Einstein's theory of general relativity, it proposed, or let's talk about special relativity, it said that the speed of light is constant irrespective of the frame of reference, and its important implication is that if a particle moves or any body moves with a high velocity comparable to the speed of light, then its mass will change. Now, the immediate testable prediction is that accelerate something with a high velocity and test whether it has the same mass or not. So there is an experimental testable prediction. Actually, this test was done, thereby supporting Newton's special theory of relativity. The general theory of relativity predicted that when light grazes a very massive body like the sun, then it would bend. Now, in 1919, there was a total solar eclipse, and people went to a place where the solar eclipse could be best visible, and they found that yes, a star that would be normally behind the sun, but it is visible, which means that the sun's rays, that star's rays, have bent, and then if you extend that particular line of sight, you find the star there, which means that it is bending. A test. So point is that every theory then should have experimentally or observationally testable predictions. And the last and the most important point is that it should be falsifiable. Karl Popper, a philosopher of science, made that point. Every theory, every hypothesis must be falsifiable. It doesn't mean it is false. It means that it should be in principle falsifiable. That means it is possible to conceive an experiment or observation which can be at odds with the expectation from the theory, and if we do make that observation, then we can reject the theory. It's false. It should be in principle falsifiable. For example, a falsifiability criterion of Einstein's theory of relativity would be that if light does not bend when it goes close to a star, a massive star with large mass, then his theory is definitely false. His theory predicted that there would be gravitational waves. The way if we oscillate something on the surface of a pond, the waves propagate, travel away from that. In the same way, if there is a oscillation, there is some motion, fast motion of some star, then that also will create gravitational wave. Something that happens when very massive stars or dense stars like neutron stars, they merge, they collide with each other, merge. So they actually for some time oscillate around each other, then they collide. So that very fast motion will create ripples in space-time which will propagate. That was a prediction from the theory. And the falsifiability criterion would be that if you do not find it, my theory is definitely false. And that is why, and since I said that science rests on doubt, therefore science is also called organized skepticism. There is organized belief systems, and in contrast, science is organized skepticism. So, after Einstein said, it was probably 1916, 1917, that kind of time, he said that, well, this is my theory. If the theory is true, then there should be gravitational waves. But the gravitational waves character was such that it was extremely difficult to detect. But scientists kept on trying that for 100 years. And only a few years back, it has been actually detected. Unquestionably. So that is the hallmark of science. That science rests on doubt. We always doubt, we always test, we always try to disprove a theory. And so long as it is not disproved, we accept it as our theory. That is how science works. So I said that in proposing a hypothesis, there are 4 criteria. One is that the hypothesis has to be consistent with the clues. Second is that hypothesis should be based on material processes and phenomena. Third is every hypothesis should have experimentally or observationally testable predictions. And fourth is that every hypothesis should be falsifiable. Now, once you have a situation where in order to explain something, you have proposed a number of hypotheses, then the scientist has the task of eliminating the wrong ones. And therefore, proposing hypothesis that ultimately was proved to be false is also good science. It's a completely wrong idea that you only have to propose that kind of a hypothesis that ultimately was proved to be correct. No. If consistent with the clues about a particular phenomenon, you can propose say 16 hypotheses, all that is good science. If a scientist has proposed a hypothesis to explain that phenomenon, ultimately after all the tests it was proved to be false, that is not a discredit for the scientist. Because that is the task of science, that you have to propose as many hypotheses as possible which are consistent with the initial clues that you have. And most science is actually what I would call pedestrian science. A scientific work that is Nobel worthy is very rare. But most of us do science that are also meaningful science, in the sense that we propose hypotheses, we test hypotheses, we make some observation. For example, who knows who made the first observation that the path of Mercury around the sun is not exactly as per the prediction of Newton? Who made? Somebody whose name we do not know. So this kind of small steps is also very important for science. Now we face the problem of testing hypothesis. Now in testing anything, we have to make measurements. We have to make measurements. So the next thing I have to deal with concerns the act of measurement. Now when we try to measure something, say a biologist has found a new species of insect and he or she has to specify that, and therefore he or she has to measure the body weight of that insect. It's a measurement. A physicist has a task of measuring the mass of an electron. It's a measurement. A geologist has the task of finding the average density of the Earth's crust. In different places, it has different densities. It's a measurement. Nowadays, we are saying that there is global warming. Global warming means the average temperature of the earth is going up. How do you know? In different parts of the earth, you have different temperatures. But you need to find an average and talk about that average. That's a measurement. So, science, much of science concerns measurement. Now, in measurement, unless you know how to do a measurement, how to report a measurement, often we make mistakes. Now, when we want to make a measurement, what do? Say, a simple measurement. I have got a thread, I want to measure its length. Or there are electrons in a cathode ray tube, I want to find out the mass of those electrons. Or I collect soil from different parts and do a soil testing to find out how much, say, the acidity of that soil is. It's a measurement. It's easy to realize that each measurement on the same thing will yield a different value. Two measurements on the same thing will never yield the same value. There will be some fluctuations. Now these fluctuations or errors can be of two types. The first is systematic error and the second is random error. Systematic error is where the measured number systematically differs from what actually is. Systematically, always. This is a major problem, and any systematic error must be removed in the act of measurement. Now, how do you do that? The most common source of systematic error is the calibration of the equipment. If the equipment is old, the calibration has gone wrong, you will get the result deviating in one way from the actual value. So that is the most common source of systematic error. But when you are making a measurement, you are actually applying a process, and there could be some problem in the process also. Now when you're talking about the process, then there could be a problem, and the way scientists try to solve this problem is to do the same measurement of the same thing by 2 or 3 different processes, 2 or 3 different methods. That way, if these results differ, then you know that there is a systematic error, but if they more or less are the same, then you know that there is no systematic error. So systematic errors have to be removed. But random errors cannot be removed. Random errors happen because of various sources of uncertainty in our system. Even the fact that air in our vicinity has air molecules moving at high velocity, jostling with each other, that can lead to errors. any thermal fluctuation can lead to errors. So, and various ways, there can be random errors. And a scientist has to learn how to live with random errors. That means, even though there is a random error, I should be able to report it in a way which should be repeatable. This is another point I am just coming to. A theory, as I said, should be falsifiable. In the same way, an experiment should be repeatable. So you cannot say, when you are doing an experiment, you cannot say that I have such expertise that I was only able to do that, nobody else can do that. You cannot say that. You have to lay out complete details how you did the experiment so that anybody anywhere in the world can repeat that experiment. And in fact, that is done. So whenever you report an experimental result, hundreds of scientists everywhere in the world will repeat that experiment to check if the experiment was correctly done, if the results are reliable. Because then science will go ahead based on that results. If that is wrong, and therefore scientists always check others' results. And therefore every experiment should be repeatable. And in that I will also bring in a point that whenever you report an experiment in a paper, it has to be reported in such a manner that it is completely repeatable. That means another person do in exactly the same way and should get the same result. You should not hide any parameter or anything like that which is known only to you. No, that's not acceptable in science. It has to be repeatable. So, notice now the problem. When you are making the measurement, you know that every measurement will yield a different result because there are random fluctuations, random errors. Yet your task is to state the result in a form which is repeatable. Now another person sitting another place doing that experiment will get a different result. In fact, you repeating the experiment will get a different result. So how do you ensure that the result is repeatable? It is done by actually making a very large number of measurements and stating the mean value, but that itself will not suffice. Why? Because another person sitting in another place, repeating that experiment, again getting a large number of results and finally obtaining the mean, will not get the same mean. And therefore it has to be specified with some additional thing that is called the error bar. Error bar actually says that with this much confidence I can say the actual value, which I do not know, I have measured it, I've got this value, but I'm not sure that it is actually this value. But I can tell you with some say 95% confidence that it will be within this range. Normally it is 68.3% confidence. I'll come to that, why it is 68.3%, but in this range. So it will be said to be in this range. Okay. So that range, that means we are making the statement that I have made this measurement, I have got this value, this mean value, but I can state with 95% confidence or some number of confidence is that the actual value must lie within this range. That does not mean that it cannot lie outside. It can. Because I am stating with some specific degree of confidence. That tells us that there is a possibility of actual value lying outside. So when you state it this way, another person repeating the experiment somewhere else will also get the same result. So this is the way of stating the result of an experiment with a mean and an error bar. Now, in the next lecture, let us have some discussion on this basis. And in the next lecture, I'll tell you how actually to do the measurement, how actually to state the result, how to find out the size of the error bar, the magnitude of the error bar, and what it actually means. How can you make an estimate of the degree of confidence? Okay. Now, once you have done a measurement, you are on the way to testing hypothesis. Then I'll come to how actually hypotheses are tested. Okay. Let's break for some time. Let's invite questions, and then I'll go on to the next part of the lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over to you. Thank you, sir. Sir, am I? Hello.
Can you confirm that you can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Now let us have questions from the house.
Audience, sorry, asking. Please share your question.
As you could see in the last lecture, I just laid out the essential methodology of science, but the details, some details I have to come to in the next lecture. But on this, if you have any questions, please ask. You may also write down the questions in the chat. No, I don't see any questions coming.
Audience, if you have any questions, you can ask the question directly, or you can put it in the chat box.
Yes. Okay, if there are no questions, possibly you can.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Sure.
When we speak of measurement and analysis, so on explaining this to our scholars, research scholars, do these terms fall in unique categories, or we can have an overlapping definition for the two, analysis and measurement?
Well, measurement is something where you have something and you are using some kind of an instrument to actually measure.
Exactly.
Now,
more of a mathematical term.
Yeah, in that we are not really applying analysis. After we have made the measurement, then we apply analysis on it to obtain some inference out of that. Right? Okay. Analysis comes after we make the measurement. So these are not interchangeable terms. Measurement is not synonymous with the term analysis. Analysis is something that we do after having made the measurement.
Okay, but some people use the term mathematical analysis. So again, some mathematics goes on in the form of the measurement and then analysis. You mean to say that?
Oh, no. When I say the mathematical analysis, well, when you make the measurement, in the process of measurement itself, there is a bit of statistical analysis involved.
Exactly. So yes,
Now, I'll
do
come to
follow.
that in the next lecture. But yes, that is a part of the measurement itself. But once the measurement is obtained, what does it mean? What does it imply? Does it imply that my initial hypothesis is right or wrong? So that is another part of analysis. Okay. Now, in mathematics, the word analysis is used in a different meaning. But in the other sciences, it is used in the meaning that I'm just using. So once we make the measurement, it has some implication. And through analysis, we understand what the implications are.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Okay, if not, then you can possibly run the next video and then we can take questions.
Okay, sir.
I normally prefer not to give talks with slides because slides come for a fleeting moment. So I normally give chalk and chalk lectures. So here also I have done that same thing. Measurement. In any process of measurement, what we do, we measure and then we get a sequence of numbers. X1, X2, X3, and so on and so forth. Up to say Xn. We have taken n readings, and through that we can define the mean. Mean will be X1 plus X2 dot dot dot. It will go to Xn, and it has to be divided by n. So that's the mean. And you might say that this is the number we'll specify. But actually, this is not only the number we are interested in. We are also interested in, okay, let's give it a name. This will be called X bar, which is the mean. We are also interested in how the actual data points differ from the mean. So we are also interested in if the ith number minus X bar, we are also interested in this. Now, this number can be negative as well as positive. So if we take average of this, it will always yield 0, which you don't want. So we need to have a positive number, and to do that, we square this. And then we have to divide by the number of data points, but instead of dividing by n, it is the practice to divide by n minus 1. Why this is? It will take some time to explain. It is standard practice in statistics, so I'm just telling this. Now, this number, or I would rather say it has to be summed up first and then divided by this. So it has to be summed up. I is equal to 1 to n is the summation, and then that has to be divided by n minus 1. This yields what is known as the variance. Variance of the data from the mean, and it is denoted as S square. Square because this term was squared, and the standard deviation is square root of variance, which is nothing but S. So that is a standard deviation. Now once we have obtained this, it yields a lot of advantage. The real point of measurement is that supposing you have done a measurement and obtained some number as the mean. Can you specify with confidence that this is the value? You cannot. The reason is, suppose a biologist has discovered a new species of insect and then has collected 50 of them, has measured, and then specifies the body mass of that particular insect is this much, the mean. But then if she goes into the field and collects another 50 samples and measures, the mean will be different. A third time, the mean will be different. Which means that every time she will get a different mean, what does it specify? That is the essential problem. Now there is a theorem in statistics which comes to the rescue in this situation. It's called the central limit theorem. Let me specify that. Let me state the limit theorem. This central limit theorem it says that for large samples, sample size. Now for large sample size, this is a bit vaguely defined, but I can tell you that more than 25 suffices. So if the sample size is large, that is more than 25, so let me write. Greater than 25, say. Then the sampling distribution of the mean of samples of size n from a population of with mean. Now this is the population mean of the population, mean mu and standard deviation sigma. Now this may be approximated by a normal distribution with mean same. Now and standard deviation sigma by square root of n. This is important. Now notice what it says. It says that you have taken a few samples and you obtain the mean. If you do that again, you will get a different mean. This not only applies to situations where the samples themselves differ, but also situations where, say, one is measuring the mass of an electron. Each electron is identical, but still, if you want to measure, every measurement will yield a different value because of the random errors. Now, this is like actually sampling from an ideally infinite population of possible measurements. If you really were able to do an infinite number of measurements, then the average, the mean, would be the actual value. But you are unable to do that. So you are effectively drawing samples from an ideally infinite number of possible measurements, right? Now, when you do that, suppose you take a 50 numbers, you take a mean, obtain a mean, another 50 numbers, you obtain a mean, a third 50 number, obtain a mean. All these means, remember, not the actual values obtained, the means will be distributed as a normal distribution like this. Normal distribution is something like this. Now the normal distribution has a mean value. This will be the same as the mean value of the population. It will also have a standard deviation, which we just defined a few minutes back. Now that standard deviation, this value is the standard deviation of the population divided by the number of samples we have obtained in square root. This is what the central limit theorem says. Why is it so valuable? For two reasons. One, it says that whatever be the distribution in the actual population, ultimately if you draw samples and only talk about the mean values, taking the samples again and again and obtaining the mean values again and again, all those mean values will be distributed like a normal distribution, provided in each run you take more than 25 samples. Now if you have a normal distribution, its character is known, and therefore you can make many statements based on that assertion that it will be a normal distribution. So for example, we know that if this is the standard deviation, then the area here is about 68.3% of the whole area, which means that we can state this mean value that we have obtained and this range and state that with 68% confidence I can say that the actual value will lie within this range. So this is this process. That means we have obtained sample of size greater than 25 has to be, otherwise this will not be applicable. And then we have obtained a mean. We can specify that mean in a graph like this and specify this range as an error bar. So this is the mean that we have obtained, which we have just defined as x bar. And what is this? This is x bar plus sigma by root n. But sigma is something we do not know. It is the population standard deviation. If we do not know that, we substitute that by what you have measured, which is the S, which is the sample standard deviation. So plus S divided by square root of n. And this is x bar minus S by square root of n. So this is the error bar. Notice that it does not mean that the actual value will lie in this range. No. It says that with a confidence level of 68.3%, we can state that with the confidence level, that means there is a 68.3% probability that the actual value will lie in this range. But the advantage is that anybody anywhere in the world repeats this experiment will be satisfied with this result, because he or she will get with 68.3% probability the values lying within this range. So it is a repeatable experiment. It's important. So therefore we always specify this by any number we specify with an error bar. Now you might say that 68.3% is not a very large number. Therefore, a confidence level of 68.3% does not give me much confidence. I want 95% confidence. Yes, of course we can do that. Now 95% confidence will be a range, a larger range. So this is actually the range of 95% confidence. I'll just erase this. Now I am talking about 95% confidence. But now, since this is a well-known curve, it is known beyond which value or what are the extremities, so that the area under the curve is 95% of the whole area. And this is standard deviation 2 plus 1.96 times the standard deviation. Therefore, if you want to state the error bar with 95% confidence, all you need to do is to multiply this by 1.96, multiply this by 1.96. That's it. So this is how we specify. Similarly, there is a range for 99% confidence also. So this is how we specify the result. So this term is then called the standard error of the mean. Standard error of the mean, which is sigma by square root of n. Now sigma, as I said, is not known because it is the population standard deviation. See, the idea is that there is a population out there. I do not know the character of the population, but by actually sampling from that population and measuring the sample, we are trying to get a handle on that population. But that is something we do not know. We have measured x bar, we have measured the s, but here is something new which we do not know. We have actually measured x bar, and the sigma we do not know. We have actually measured s. S means the standard deviation from the sample. So that is why we estimate the standard error. So this is called estimated standard error. Or ESE, which is S that we have measured divided by square root of n. N is the number of samples, and it is this term that we have here. So the mean value obtained from the samples plus the estimated standard error, mean value minus the estimated standard error, that is the error bar normally. But if you want to define the error bar with a larger confidence level like 95%, then you have to multiply that by 1.96, because 1.96 standard deviation does give the area exactly equal to 95%. On that basis, let us come to the problem of hypothesis testing. Well, in the first lecture, what I said was that whenever faced with a problem, the scientist first looks for the clues and then proposes hypotheses, which are scientific guesses, and then so long as the clues are insufficient, there would be a large number of hypotheses that would be able to account for the clues. And the next step is to eliminate the wrong hypothesis based on measurement or observation. So this is the stage we are now coming to. How do we test? Now the main problem of hypothesis testing is that whenever a scientist proposes a hypothesis, he or she develops a mental attachment to it, hopes that the hypothesis will come true, and that often leads to improper scientific measurement practices. So since I said that science rests on the idea of objectivity, therefore we have to create a method of hypothesis testing that is completely objective. Keep that in mind. And while we go ahead in the idea of hypothesis testing, I will always work it out with an example. And the example will be that of, suppose there is a disease. Say, let me put it this way. The hypothesis is, that the disease A is cured by the substance, say B. You might think of the disease malaria is cured by quinine or something like that, right? Now, the scientist is trying to test whether the hypothesis is correct or not. And there is always a danger that the scientist may be inclined to believe that it is correct and thereby produce a wrong test procedure. So in order to avoid that, what we do is we always have also a null hypothesis. Which is the opposite of this is actually called alternative hypothesis. So null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. The substance B has no effect on the disease A. So opposite of the null, the alternative hypothesis. Now the alternative hypothesis has been proposed and you define the opposite, the null, and the procedure is that unless you are compelled by the evidence, you have to believe in the null hypothesis. So null hypothesis is what the whole test procedure should rest on, and only when you have enough evidence on the contrary, then only you decide in favor of the alternative hypothesis. The null hypothesis is said to be, or it is given the notation H naught. So that is the null hypothesis, and H1 is the alternative hypothesis. Now, an important thing is that in case this kind of a drug testing procedure, we often go by common sense. And the common sense works in sort of an anecdotal way. My maternal uncle was cured by eating this drug and therefore it must be effective. This kind of. No, science does not work that way. Science demands a dependable evidence. A particular person could have been cured due to various other reasons. His or her own body resistance, for example. Therefore, you cannot decide that it is the substance B that caused the cure. Therefore, there has to be some kind of a very well-defined test procedure. Now, in that test procedure, we have to sample first. That means the people who are afflicted with the disease A, that's a sample, that's the population. From there, we draw sample and say, suppose put in a hospital. So first draw sample. The sample has to be representative sample. That means if the disease is such that it can affect both children as well as adults as well as geriatric population, then you have to draw from all these subpopulations. So ultimately you draw a sample, say 100. Say. Now this 100 will then have to be divided into two parts. The first is called the experimental group. And the second is called the control group. The experimental group is the one on which that drug is applied and then test done. and the control group is one on which the drug is not applied, so that we can statistically judge the difference between the two groups. And the point is that if there is a significant difference between the two groups, then statistically significant difference, then we can say that the drug B has an effect on the disease A. So how do you do that? So the experimental group is the one on which the drug is applied, say for a few days, and then if it is like a disease like malaria, then you will draw blood and then put under the microscope and you will test how many parasites does it have and count the number of parasites, and that number count is the number that you get for both the experimental group as well as the control group. And then you might say that fine, I will make an average of the experimental group, an average or mean of the control group, and if they differ too much, I'll say that it is really a drug. No, wait, there are a few issues here. Firstly, there is something called confirmation bias. A person can be biased. The scientist himself or herself can be biased. If he or she has hypothesized that particular drug, then there may be a propensity to believe that it is really working. And so, when it comes to a question of counting the number of parasites, the scientist might undercount the number of parasites in the experimental group and overcount the number of parasites in the control group. These things often happen not deliberately but unknowingly, unconsciously, because of the bias of that person. And since science rests on objectivity, and therefore we have to get rid of this problem. The way it is done is that the measurement is done by somebody who is not the experimenter, by somebody who does not know from whom the blood sample has come. Does that person belong to the experimental group or the control group? That the person who is making the measurement does not know that. And it's called a single blind test. But that also is not sufficient. Why? Because the people in the control group who have not been given the drug will feel that I have not got the drug and therefore I am not likely to be cured. And that affects the mentality of that person, psychology of that person. And that mental makeup, rejected mental makeup, will have effect on the body. So, in order to avoid that, the control group is given a substance that looks and feels like B, like the substance B, but is not B. So that the control group people also feel that they are getting some drug. It's called the placebo. And when you do that, so in the first case, the experimenter is blind to the source of the sample. That means whether it's from the experimental group or control group. So it is called the single blind test. And then if you also make the experimented persons blind to whether they are in the control group or the experimental group, then it's called the double blind test. All experiments on human subjects are carried out using double blind tests. This is how we sort of make sure that that our own personal biases do not interfere with our results. Good. So we have ultimately done a double blind test. Ultimately we have applied the proposed hypothesized drug on the experimental group and a placebo on the control group, and finally we have got result in terms of numbers, result in terms of the number of parasites per unit of blood from the experimental group and the control group. After this has been obtained, then suppose, let me give these notations. The mean in the population means in all the people who are afflicted with the disease, if the mean of the experimental group is the mean value, the mean value of the control group of the population, the standard deviation of the experimental group, and the standard deviation of the control group. So these all belong to population. But we have actually drawn samples. So let us call them the X bar experimental, X bar control, S experimental group, S control group. So these are from the sample. And these are the things that we have in hand. And we are trying to estimate these. Now try to figure out, what are we really interested in? We are interested in seeing, does the mean from the experimental group differ sufficiently from the mean of the control group? So we are actually interested in mu E minus mu C, right? And we know that the individual samples of the experimental group and the control group are distributed as normal distribution. Now there is another theorem in statistics which says that the subtraction, the mu E minus mu C, both individually are normal distributed. This also is a normal distribution. So this is normal distribution. With mean 0 and standard deviation now this is here's the point. So the mean 0 and standard deviation will be square root of sigma E square by the number in the experimental group plus sigma C square by the number in the control group. So there is a standard deviation. So what does it mean then to say that the XE bar minus XC bar, that means we have obtained the blood samples from the experimental group, its mean, minus we have obtained the blood samples from the control group, measured the number of parasites, their mean. Now this number, if I do it repeatedly, then that will be distributed like a normal distribution, with mean at 0 and standard deviation which I just wrote. This would be square root of sigma E square by the number of samples in the experimental group plus sigma C square by the number of samples in the control group. Now this is the standard deviation. This is the standard deviation of this subtraction distribution. Okay, now let's see what does it mean. It means that what is the test? The null hypothesis said that the drug has no effect on the disease B, and therefore if you draw samples, then this should be equal. So it says that the mean of the experimental group is equal to the mean of the control group in the population. And the alternative hypothesis says that the mu E is not equal to mu C. And we are trying to test this from here. How do we do that? we will say that if the actual value of xe minus xc that is measured falls within this range, then I know that it's not too large. It is natural. That kind of deviations can happen due to random fluctuations. And therefore, we have to believe in the null hypothesis. But if the value that you obtain xe minus xc, the average, then if it is larger like here, then it is very unlikely that that kind of a value will be obtained if the null hypothesis were true. Very unlikely. So notice that we are first believing in the null hypothesis, assuming that mu e is equal to mu c, and then we say that then it would have a distribution like this. A value like here will have a larger probability, a value like here will have a small probability. And if it's small probability, it is unlikely, then we can say that the null hypothesis is probably wrong. Now, here also comes the question of confidence. If we now say that here is the range for 95% confidence, which is 1.96 times the standard deviation, then the area under this part and in the other side also is very small, only 5%. So less than 5% probability that I could get this kind of a result if the null hypothesis is correct. Then we would say that fine, now we are convinced that the null hypothesis is wrong. So we have to reject the null hypothesis. So under what condition are we then rejecting the null hypothesis? We are saying that we reject the null hypothesis if xe bar minus xc bar, this is less than equal to 1.96 times, okay, this is called the standard error actually. Let me erase and write. This is called standard error. SE. Okay. So this times SE. This value. Or greater than equal to 1.96 times SE. Sorry. This is minus. Either it is smaller than this or it is bigger than this. Basically smaller than this or bigger than this. So what actually have we done? We have rooted ourselves on the null hypothesis, assumed that mu is equal to mu c, and then said that if that is true, then the distribution will be like this. Then we know that if the actual value of the difference is obtained somewhere here, then it is away from the mean, all right, but that kind of fluctuation can happen due to random fluctuation, random errors, and therefore it does not negate this assertion. But if it is too high or too low, that means the difference is too large, then yes, then we can say that the null hypothesis is wrong. And that is what happens here. Null hypothesis is rejected if this difference is less than this or bigger than this. Okay, this is how we do the test. Now here we have done only one kind of test of a hypothesis. It's called actually the Z test. But There are other tests also, the t-test, the chi-square test. I cannot go into all of that in this lecture, but I just wanted to give you a flavor how objectivity is built into the procedure that we follow in science. And unless we follow this procedure, unless we produce results that are repeatable, unless we follow this practice of dividing the population into the control group and the experimental group, obtaining the result for them, showing that the difference is statistically significant this way, without that, we cannot get our papers published. So, this is not only applicable to the situations where we are testing drugs, but it is applicable to any situation where you are making a postulate, making a hypothesis, and you are testing a hypothesis on the basis of numbers, testing the hypothesis on the basis of experimentally or observationally obtaining numbers. I suppose this has given you more or less an idea about the process we follow in science. The bottom line is that in science, we have objectivity, we have materialism, and we actually enact these philosophical concepts into the procedures that we follow. Thank you. Yes, I'm ready to take questions if you have any. If you have any questions, I will be pleased to answer.
Dear participants, please share your questions. Hello. Sir, on behalf of the audience, I have a question.
Sure.
That what should be the way of framing the hypothesis when people start a research work? How they should frame the hypothesis?
Well, framing the hypothesis is something that I discussed in the last lecture. That is, first you have to collect the available information, data on the system that you are trying to investigate, on which you are trying to frame the hypothesis. First, the information should be collected, everything that is known. Then you have to frame the hypothesis that would be consistent with those clues. And the hypothesis that you frame should have to satisfy those requirements. A, that should be based on material processes and phenomena. B, that should have experimentally or observationally testable predictions. And C, that has to be falsifiable. So once you satisfy these three criteria, you can publish the paper. But yes, we often publish the papers after we have tested the hypothesis. We have gone at least to some extent to test the hypothesis. There are situations where another person can test it, you cannot test. So just publishing the hypothesis also works, provided you have satisfied these criteria.
Sir, we have a question from Professor Shantanu Chakravarti. What is the level of confidence? Is it always 95%?
Oh, no. That depends on the discipline you are coming from. And within disciplines also, there are differences. In most disciplines, for hypothesis testing, 95% confidence is the standard, but not in physics. In physics, for example, if you recall, when the Higgs boson was discovered, or when the gravitational waves was discovered, it's a discovery. In that case, in the press conference, the person making the announcement says that we have reached 5 sigma, which means in place of that 1.96, he says that we have reached a confidence level of 5 of the 5 standard deviations, which means effectively that the probability of this result being obtained by fluke is 1 in some million. Therefore, we are confident enough that the result is correct. So in different areas, different disciplines, we have different standards of confidence, demand of confidence, but in most areas, it is 95%.
Sir, if I'm talking from a personal level, we are actually social science and management,
Yes.
we do research on management. So how we should, develop hypothesis from literature review? Like what should be our objective of exploring the literature review, and how we should frame the hypothesis by identifying the gaps? What should be our philosophy?
See, in social sciences or in any sciences, not only social, but any sciences, we have to have some question in mind, whose answer we are seeking, right? So we cannot form a hypothesis offhand without having a question in mind. The question whose answer we are seeking, the hypothesis has to depend on that. Now, in social sciences, the question is often related to some phenomenon in society. And we are trying to figure out the answer, not based on what I believe, but based on data. Therefore, once I have formulated the question, I have to first collect the concerned data. Now, that concerned data collection may be from the available economic survey. That concerned data collection may be from some kind of survey that you conduct. That collection of data can be from some those processes are known to your discipline people. Point is that you have to first collect data. Then, as I said, when the data amount is small, then there would be a large number of hypotheses that would be able to conform to that data. So you can possibly propose 1, 2, 3, 4 different hypotheses. All these are perfectly valid because they are all consistent with the data. But then you have to perform directed tests to eliminate the wrong ones. The process that I said applies for basic sciences, also applies equally well for the social sciences. Only thing is that in case of basic sciences, we perform some experiment with some instrument on something that is a material thing, while in social sciences, you obtain the data by actually performing some kind of a survey on people who are living beings, who are in a society. But ultimately, your source of information are data. How you collect the data may be different from the social sciences and physical sciences, but what do you do with the data are the same.
Sir, another question has been asked by Mr. Priyodas. According to him, he is saying that how should the research scholars determine the appropriate sample size for the research?
Well, appropriate sample size, I can only set a minimum value. The minimum value should be like 25, because without that, the central limit theorem will not be applicable. But there is nothing like an upper limit. Upper limit is normally limited by your resources. So, limited by your resources. If you want to have a larger number of data, then you have to spend more resources, employ more number of people to collect that data. Therefore, that is normally constant by your resources. But we cannot go below 25. That's the point.
One question is asked by our one of our participants, Professor Shantanu. He's asking the question: what is the role of parametric and non-parametric test in hypothesis testing?
I did not really go into that because there was no time. Hypothesis testing is a big field. So I did not have time to go into that, the parametric. So for different parameters, we do this test and ultimately home on to something. No, this is something that I'll not be able to cover because only 5 minutes left and I will not be able to do justice to that parametric analysis in this course.
Sir,
maybe,
one more
maybe
question
somebody who teaches later will be able to cover that.
One more question from Professor Sharadindu Das. He's asking the question, sir, how many number of hypotheses is required for a survey research?
No.
Is there any cutoff?
No.
Number of hypotheses or
no,
n
the number of
hypotheses
hypotheses, there's
taken
nothing
place.
like that. Normally, to answer a question, you should try to form as many possible hypotheses as are necessary to account for those initial information available, right? They are all competing hypotheses. If this is true, this is not true. If this is true, this is not true. Only one of them may be true or none may be true. But plural number truth cannot be, right? So the task of the scientist then, be it physical scientist or social scientist, is to eliminate the wrong hypothesis. So there is nothing like a how many hypotheses do you need? No, nothing like that. If you have one hypothesis, that also you can test and check whether it is true or false. Okay.
Okay, sir. I think we are running out of time.
Yes.
May I now request Professor Rakesh Kumar Dhar Dubey, our respected Dean, sir, to share the vote of thanks to sir. Sir, are you online?
Thank you.
Pranab. Sir, you are not audible actually. Dean, sir, you are not audible. Sir, you can unmute yourself. Sir, you are still not audible, sir. Sir, you have a problem with the device. Voice is not coming. So, unfortunately, due to some technical glitch, we have not been able to connect to our respected Dean, sir. So, on behalf of the School of Management Studies and Juridical Sciences, JIS University, I would like to post a vote of thanks to esteemed Professor Soumitra Banerjee, Professor IISER Kolkata. Thank you, sir. Your session had deeply enriched us, and it has given us all the insights how to, propose the hypothesis and how to write the hypothesis. And with these inputs, I believe all the research scholars, the esteemed participants would be immensely benefited for conducting their research work and even for writing papers. And with your blessings, I believe we would all be able to publish quality papers and do justice to our thesis writing. So thank you, sir, from the bottom of my heart. And we would be reaching you anytime. I believe the audience can definitely be reaching out with their questions.
Okay.
I will be sharing your email ID with them, and they would reach to you if they have any doubts on your session. And thank you so much for
Okay.
honoring us and gracing this beautiful workshop. Thank you so much. Thank you very
You're
much,
welcome.
sir.
Welcome.
Give him a big round of applause. Dear audience, we are taking our lunch break. So please be back for the second session of the workshop. And the second session of the workshop would be very interesting because in this session you are going to have the inputs regarding how to publish a quality research. Okay, and this session would be discussing mainly the acumen for quality research publication, and we will be having the session conducted by Professor Dr. Santosh Kumar. He is the Associate Professor, Pan Chair Area Finance from Jaipuriya Institute of Management, Jaipur. So thank you once again. So I would request you to take the lunch break, and you'll be joining us in the same link which is given in your WhatsApp group. So please join us sharp at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. Dr. Indranil, can you hear me? A little technical problem. We'll just take 2 minutes. Actually, the IT people are working on that. Fine, not a problem. That's okay. Yeah. John, education
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Maksudi. Good afternoon.
Starting the in another 1 minute. We faced some technical, snag from our end. So,
there is some technical problem that you are talking about.
These are very common things.
Hello,
welcome,
am I audible?
Santosh.
Yes, sir.
A warm
Okay.
welcome to you. Thank you.
Okay, Dr.
So,
Santosh, Professor Santosh has joined, I think.
Welcome to the second session for the workshop on research methods. And in this second session, the topic for this session is acumen for quality research publication. And to grace the occasion, we are having Professor Dr. Santosh Kumar. Sir is the Associate Professor, Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur. And if we look at Sir's profile, Sir has a huge, experience and in reputed institutions like Birla Institute of Technology, Mesra, and he is UGC NET qualified and he is holding multiple degrees and universities, like in topics like financial analytics from Wharton University, then Wharton University of Pennsylvania, and he has done understanding financial market from University Geneva, global financial markets and instruments from Rice University. Now, if I'm going to the research credential of Professor Santosh Kumar, he has published more than 35 research papers, articles, and chapters in international peer-reviewed journals, indexed in Scopus, ABDC, etc. And he has presented papers at many international conferences. He has authored 2 books on the role of AI in finance and healthcare. So sir carries a total experience of 15 years. He's a perceived blend of industry and academia. He has served 2 giants of Indian financial industry, ICICI Bank Limited and Reliance Capital, at middle management role in Mumbai area, along with the foreign. Sir is an invited member of the world many leading societies, International Society of Supply Chain Management, Data Science Association of USA, Analytical Society of India, Data Professional Foundation of UK, and Pension and Investment Club of Europe are some of the few laurels. Sir has recently completed a project with UNICEF focusing on girls' health. So we welcome you, sir, to our session. A big round of applause to Santosh sir.
Thank you, Dr. Indranil, for this graceful introduction of mine. Introduction look more pretty rather than a person. Can you hear me properly? Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Before you start, Dr. Santosh,
yeah, please, sir.
it's very nice to see you after long. Thanks for
Same here, sir. Same here. I think
your most valuable time for the session. I'm very happy to see, very glad to see, and very happy to have you here in this workshop. Thanks a lot. And definitely our students and our participants are going to be benefited a lot. Thank you. How are you? Everything, weather is fine in Jaipur?
everything is fine, sir. And thank you for inviting me here. I think this is the toughest time when you are engaging someone after lunch. So you have given me the toughest task. So
you are the most energetic, faculty of your institution, I know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Not a problem. I'll try to engage as much I can, because I do understand any discussion post lunch requires something extra. Maybe we have to conquer the psychological need first, and then we have to apply a brain into it. Okay. Can I share my screen, Dr. Indranil? Dr. Indranil, I think you are on mute. I'm not able to.
I will make you a presenter, and then you can share your screen.
Yeah, please.
Sir, you have been made a co-host, so you can share your screen now.
Okay. Great. Fine. As Dr. Indranil tried to explain, I think only 1.5 hours remaining. So within 1.5 hours, I try to cover what are the major prospects of publishing a quality research paper. Okay. So in that regard, how I structured my today's session, mainly I inspired with the life cycle of a research. If you see that life cycle of a research, it always have a 2-part. One, where as an author, we are required to contribute much. And second, which is a virtual mode, where as an author, we don't have anything to say. So if you see this life cycle, mainly our session will be covered the blue part, where we think about the creation of an idea, how to write our research paper, how to submit it, and then what we will do post publication. So that was my idea that I would like to discuss in our today's discussion. And definitely, since it's a workshop, so I will share some data, some polls to you, so I can gather the information, what exactly you want to do and how we can go ahead. So on a basis of this life cycle, I have structured my today's discussion. First, we'll discuss about what are the region of publishing, where I'll give you 15% of our time. So it's around 10 minutes to understand why people want to publish. Then we'll go on an ideation, how to create an idea of a research, where we'll give a maximum time. And in ideation stage, I'll perform certain exercise for you, and I'll also require your expertise into doing these exercises. So I will share some file, some Excel file, and then we'll go ahead. Then we'll go for a structure of research paper, selection of a journal and submission, handling a reviewer part and editorial comment. Then post-publication, what exactly we want to do after publishing our research paper. And we'll give a 5-10 minute time for a specific question and query if you have. So now I request Dr. Engineering to run the poll first, so we understand the demographic and the understanding of our audience today. So sir, if you can run the poll for me.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing, the poll. One second. Let me share.
Yeah, please. Mainly see, the first poll will talk about which publishing objective you people are following. What is the most important for you for a publication point of view? So I can take my discussion into that mode only.
Sir, can you unshare your screen?
Yeah, I'll do that. Just a minute, stop sharing.
Can you see the screen, sir?
Yep.
Yeah.
The result of first poll is 100% to receive recognition. Great. Okay.
So audience, please go to menti.com and use the code 35184089.
Can you share in the chat box so the audience
Yeah, I
can?
will share the screen in the chat box.
You share the link in the chat box so people can go over there.
So I have shared the link, and this is the password 35184089. So participants, please join menti.com and use the code which is given.
Dr. Engineering, this would close the first poll and start the second poll. It will take much time.
Sir, can we go to the second poll?
Yeah, please.
Okay, sir. So let me unshare the screen. So here we go with the second poll. Is it visible, sir, the screen? Sir, the screen is visible?
I can see it, don't worry.
Okay, okay.
Fine. Dr. Anil can run the poll number 3 because very less participants are participating into it. Only 532. Not a problem. Poll number 3. Can you please run poll number 3?
Sir, 1 second, I am sharing the screen.
Yeah, please.
Is the screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible for me, but there is no response into it.
Yeah, they have to, log in with a different code. This is a different password they have to enter.
Okay.
So the password is changed 87704392. I have pasted the password in your chat box.
Fine, it's better to stop the poll because very less participants are interested into it. Just recorded 3 participation into poll number 3. Fine. 5. Okay. Poll number 3, you have to use a different password. Because someone mentioned in the chat they are not getting the poll.
Please use a different password 87704392. Sir, shall we keep the screen?
No, please. Stop sharing so I can share my screen and we can go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Fine. My purpose of giving a poll to the audience or participant is to understand what exactly their requirement is. So we can make our discussion or we can try to move into that direction. So as you people seen that most of you, around 42% are interested or doing a publication for career prospect only, because 42% of the respondent, I don't know how much you have respondent over there, but 42% of total respondent try to explain that their publishing objective is go for a career prospect. While in a poll 2, you are mainly focused on a point number 5, which was increase scientific knowledge and understanding. So there's a contradiction into a poll 1 and 2, because if you see the survey report which Elsevier and Emerald have conducted from last 100 years, and what you people have remitted, they are contradictory to each other. Okay, fine. And the last poll, what we are talking about, that you are agreed on whether publish or perish is the right concept for academician. So I just received 1 no into it. Otherwise, all the participants who have participated, like 6 or 7, they are agreed on this thought. Fine, thank you for your poll. So I'll just share a simple data on this regard, how the world is thinking on these polls and how the world is doing on it. So if you see the poll number 1, the poll number 1 result says that this is a result of a last 2 years, 2021 and 22. We are more than around 3 lakh something participant but participated into the survey. And what they found that rather than career prospect, they mainly try to disseminate the knowledge further. So their importance of publishing, or if we want to be a good publisher, if you want to go into a good publication or want that my research paper should be published into a good journal, we have to change our thought. Rather than thinking of publication as a mandatory thing for our career prospect, we should think of publication as a result for further knowledge. So until unless we are not changing our perception, we are not changing our mode of research, getting a good publication or getting a research paper published in high index journal, I think it seems nearly to impossible. So we should change our gear, and rather than doing a research as a prospect to our career point of view, or to getting a mileage into academia, or to get a promotion from assistant professor to associate and associate to professor, we have to shift our gear to use a research paper or to do a publication and research just to disseminate the knowledge. Okay, that's just the general sharing of a survey, which is collected a very recent from Elsevier author sources. On a second point, where we are talking about, here more or less our result outcome was similar what exactly world is doing, because here so many overlap is happening. Every researcher or publisher who have already published their paper, they are even not clear why they are publishing. So there is a lot of overlap into the same.
What happened to your family? I broke the bone.
Can you unmute
तो खास नहीं हुआ. I
Hello.
think my dietary this thing was not good enough. I mean, I don't know. But
Please
just an accident. Huh? Sorry. Which room?
Thank you. Okay. So I was just trying to explain how we are thinking and how the world is thinking. Mainly these data is collected from the authors who have published into a high index journal. So the first poll, we have to think about the knowledge. In second poll, a lot of confusion is happening, but even the person who have published into high index journal, they are not sure about that, why they are publishing, what their impact is going to be happen. So you will find here a lot of data is happening, a lot of overlap is happening over here. The most cases, the survey says that the impact that as a publisher, as a researcher, we are measuring, we should measure on an increase on knowledge and understanding, or we should think about a public knowledge understanding. Although I'm not sure about it, because there are a lot of overlapping happening into this impact and outcome. And the last survey where we are talking about whether we should publish or perish, this concept has changed a bit. So I'll show you a certain caselet and a cases where rather than applying a concept of a publish or perish, now the concept has been changed. And we have a cases where people are publishing, but still they get perished. And why it's happening, we will discuss in our today's session. Okay, fine. So after understanding the psychology of people, I just want to discuss one or two parts. First, if we want to get into a good publication, we should change our thought about a publication rather than career prospect. We should find a problem in an industry. We should think about a problem in a society, and then we can go ahead about our publication. So if you see that argument, what I tried to explain in front of you, publish and perish, here what happening into an actual social sciences or actual world of publication, many authors try to copy or try to use unethical practices. So as a data showing that, if you see over here where approximate increase of more than 1,73,000 entry had been collected from a different publication cited and the different publisher house, you will surprised to know that the 23% of submitted problem have a problem of ethics. So any researcher, any academician who try to publish their paper with an unethical means and anyhow if get trapped, then the situation of publish and perish will be applied. Because in case of any unethical practices which is highlighted in a world of publication, definitely that author will be blacklisted and this information will be submitted to the higher education society across the globe. So rather than applying the thought of publish or perish, the concept of publish and perish concept has been evolving in a different format. I'll just want to quote a recent article. I'll share this thing into your chat box if you have a time. What's happening? Okay. If you have a time, please read this article, which is published on some of the higher index professor had highlighted this into my LinkedIn survey today. Okay, fine. So after understanding this thought, the first step of a research life cycle is understanding of idea. How we will create an idea for a publication. Because most of us, if we want to go for a publication, we are thinking which topic should I go ahead. So ideation or creation of an idea is a first step. And as per the literature available, there are 4 approaches that a researcher used to create an idea. The most important and most used method is targeted approach. The second one is random question approach. The third one is a collaboration approach. And fourth one, which is a very used into Indian context, is capitalization of opportunity approach. So I'll try to highlight more about a target approach. When we are talking about the targeted approach of ideation, here there is, as a researcher, what exactly we try to do, rather than thinking about outcome of our research area, we mainly focus on a publication point of view. So we can create a target with a 2 aspect. One, I want to publish my journal. I want to publish my paper into certain specific journal. Generally, we focus very high index journal, A star, or sometimes at least not A, then we'll target for a B. Being a professor of a social sciences or management, we always try to give a focus on a ABDC index. And every time when we start our research paper or when we start writing a paper or when we are thinking about a publication to create an idea, we always focus on a high index journal. So the first targeted approach which says that how we can focus on a specific journal. Here, the best approach is you should collect a data from this journal. Mainly you have to go to on a journal site, on a Scopus site, and try to download the content of the journal, at least last 4 to 6 issues. I'm not talking about a volume. So these issues should be latest one. And after collecting this data, you try to collect the keyword that they are publishing. You have to collect what are the articles they are focusing on. And you can work on that particular paper to create your idea. So it's a very simple approach. where we are just trying to write a specific paper, or we just try to write our paper for a specific journal. Although this approach is very, you can say, easy and tried and tested one, but this approach have a certain limitation. The limitation is if your paper rejected from that particular journal, this paper may not be suitable for other journal because most of the journal have a different aim and scope. So although it's the easiest method to start an idea, to create an idea into your mind, where we have just want the access of that particular journal site, or we want just access of any Scopus site, and we will create a download all these data, and then we can go further about creation of idea. But there is always a chances of rejection, because once your paper is rejected from this particular journal, it may not be suitable for any other journal into the market. So that's the risk we are carrying when we are becoming very focused on a certain particular journal, or we try to use a targeted approach for a specific journal. Okay, so here, although we have a sort of time now, but I just want to share a file with you. Let me share into your chat box. You can download 2 files, which is nothing, is a Scopus database. I don't know how many you have by access of a Scopus database, but I'll share that file with you, to you people, so you can get access of it and try to use that database for creation of a targeted approach. Just let me put into a chat box. Okay, I've shared a folder detail, so you can download that 2 files. Mainly one file is related to targeted approach for a particular journal, and I have given you a data of a journal called Benchmarking International. This is a B category ABDC journal. Okay, so you can use that data to create a target approach which is specific to the journal. And how we can do it? It's a very simple approach. If you want to apply a targeted approach which is based on a journal, you have to use that Excel file, try to shortlist all the keyword which is published in the last year, or you can say published into a 4-6 issues of a benchmarking, and try to match which keyword is very near to your research area. So you can perform that exercise with help of the Excel file, which is shared with you in a chat box. The second targeted approach, which is related to the specific theme. When I'm talking about a targeted approach with a specific theme, mainly here as a researcher, we try to focus on a contemporary issue. Okay. All the issues, all the area which is related to my area of a publication. Like if you talk about me, because I'm related to area of finance and governance. So I will collect multiple keywords which is happening into a market like fintech, AI into a finance, the artificial intelligence used into a banking, the future of a fintech, adaptability of a fintech. So I will use this multiple keyword, and I take this keyword and try to collect all the research paper which is published into a high index journal in the last 1 year or last 1.5 year. I may collect this data from a top 8 to 10 journals in my area. And after collecting this data, I can find out what are the different topic has been accepted by this journal into a last 1 year. So here, what exactly we'll try to do it. We just have created a target journal for my publication. I have selected 4-5 journals, and I have given a focus to publish my paper into these journals only. But this approach, writing or creating an idea with a specific theme rather than a journal, is a wider approach. And here the chances of rejection is minimum. The survey says that approx 11% of paper which is created or ideated on a theme of keyword or a specific theme into a particular area get rejected. So the chances of acceptance is very high. So if you are a first-time publisher or you want to start a publishing or research into the area, I mainly prefer to go with a targeted area with a specific theme rather than keeping a target for a specific journal. Because when we are targeting a specific journal, the chances of rejection is very high, number one. Number two, every time we target a high index journal, although it may possible at initial stage, we are not capable to write a paper as per a quality which is required for an A or A star journal. So it's always to start and follow a step-by approach. So first you try to write for a C category of journal, and then try for a B, and finally try for an A and A star. So when we try to use a targeted approach, which is journal based, the chances of failure is very high. And if anyone fail in an initial stage of their career, definitely he will hesitate to try in a later stage. So if anyone is a supporter, want to apply a targeted approach of ideation or creation of an idea for your research paper, I always recommend to use a specific theme approach rather than targeting a journal in advance. Okay. Although the specific theme process do have a certain limitation, because when we are talking about that, I will write a paper into a specific area. Let's assume I want to write something into a fintech area. And if I'm putting a fintech as a keyword into a Scoopus, what exactly happen? I'll get a more than a 1 lakh entry into a Scoopus database. So I have to start sorting out. I have to start a limitation. I have to create a limit for my entire study. Although this bibliometric analysis part will be covered, I think in tomorrow's session with a Dr. Ritesh Dubey, he is expert into it. So he will tell you how to limit the things into a Scoopus and Python database, and you can extract the data. But what I try to recommend over here in a specific theme, always the steps follow like that. You have to identify your research area, number one. On a basis of your research area, you have to identify a certain keywords. Then you will use these keywords into a Scoopus database if you have access of it. Or if not, then you can try these database into Google Scholars or any open database where you have access. Try to download the maximum paper as well as the latest papers related to your keyword, which is published into high index journal. Then you start creating an Excel file and try to sort out the keyword which is maximum used into a last 1 year. And start working on that keywords, or try to use your idea around that keywords only. That's the simplest approach that I can or anyone can follow for a creation of idea in a targeted mode. If you go on that drive, what I shared in the chat box, I've given you a 2 Excel file, which was the latest Scoopus database I gathered. One, where you can apply a targeted approach based on the journal. I have given a data of a journal called Benchmarking International. The second file where you can apply a targeted approach based on a keyword. So I have applied a keyword which is called industrial relation. And I limit my study between 2022 till 2023. And I am able to get 2000 document into it. So if you go through that Excel file, I'm not sharing it because it will become too lengthy for us. But if you have already downloaded into your PC or your personal computer, you can see that Excel file have a lot of keywords. So you have to just shortlist, you have to apply a filter on the given keywords into your area, and you can start working on it, which is the simplest approach for creation of idea. Okay. So that's just a screenshot. You have to use a Scoopus database. You write down what are the subject area for you. Write down the subject area, then deep down into a keywords. You will get a list of the data which is published into your area, into your keyword. Download all the data into a Excel file or CSV file. And if you are expert into any software like WASP Viewer or R, it becomes easy for you to do the entire activity. If not, even a person can do it in an Excel file, but it will require more time. So you can create your idea by basis of targeted approach. Okay. The second approach is a random approach. All we academicians believe on a random approach because we do have a limitation, like we don't have access of a Scopus database, we don't have access of a database at our institution. So what we follow generally is a random approach of idea generation. When I'm using term random approach of idea generation, it means we are just simply asking some question, like whether we are going to do something new, is anything challenging in my work, will your result influence any research, have you provided solution to any difficult problem or anything like that. We have to just create a certain questionnaire for us, how, when, why, where. And if my idea, what I'm thinking to go ahead as a research, if providing an answer or giving an answer as a yes, it's just a Boolean approach we are applying over here. If you think here, we are just applying a Boolean approach to create an idea for my publication, my research. I have a certain problem into my mind, and I will create a certain questionnaire. And once I think about the research title or once think about the idea, I'll try to compare my idea with each question, whether this idea or this research will help me to sort out this problem, whether this is something new, challenging, whether something which influenced the entire literature universe. And if I'm getting 1 rather than 0, or in certain case, I'm getting maximum 1 or more 1 rather than 0, you can go ahead with this idea. The random question approach or random approach is very peculiar, and even we can use a newspaper or any business newspaper for creation of an idea and going ahead. Okay, I'll just give you an example on it. On a 4th of December, I was going through a news which was published in Economic Times, and where our Prime Minister Modi ji is talking about the time of a fintech revolution. This is a link of this. I'll just share into a chat box so you can go through this news, and we'll do the exercise how this news can be used for a study into or creation of idea. I'll just give me a moment. I'll just share this link to a chat box so you can go through it and try to find out what are the idea which is coming into your mind after going this news, or which type of research you can perform. This is a simple Economic Times edition on a 4th of December. If you go through this news, I'll share it. That was a simple statement made by our Prime Minister. So we can use this for our random idea generation, random publication thought. Because when I was going through this news, which was published on 4th of December, there are a lot of things which is coming into my mind. And as an academician, this thing come into a mind of everyone. Because if you read here, what exactly our Prime Minister is saying, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi says it's a time for fintech revolution. This statement itself have a lots of problems. Either we can think it, the industry will move into a fintech direction, number one. We can think it, what are the problems that a fintech company can face. We can think of how a user will think about a fintech. So a lot of problem can be identified on a simple news. Okay, and then we can create an idea on it and we can go for a further research purpose. Okay, so random idea generation or random tool creation is simply the approach where we are very vigilant about our society. And once we are very vigilant about society, anything, any news which is coming or coming across to us can help us for creation of an idea for a research. So here, when I gone through this news, I start entering into a fintech environment. Okay, what exactly Narendra Modi is talking about. So I got to know that when Modi is talking about a fintech, it's just like a Thanos 6 jewel system. So entire fintech is either walking into a banking, mutual fund, insurance, loan, payment, and credit. So from one point, one keyword of a fintech, I'm able to connect 6 different keywords for my research. If I have to do a research into a fintech area, and that idea is just created in my mind by going through this news, okay, why not I go something and do into a fintech environment? Because even our prime minister is talking about a fintech adaptability, fintech time, fintech revolution. So definitely many journal will accept my paper into this area. So I start deep downing into it. So in certain case, I found fintech is something which is a gamut of 6 different gems. So now I'll start understanding everything in detail and try to find out what are the problem into any of these area. And I'll try to judge what question I can solve it. Whether my research, if I'm doing something into a mutual fund or I'm trying to create a certain idea into a credit, if I'm trying to create something idea into a payment of a fintech, whether it's something new for me. If my answer is 1, then I'll think whether it's anything challenging into my work. If answer is 1, I can go ahead for my publication. I go ahead for a collection of a data and I can complete my project. But in any case, after doing this exercise, like after going through a news, the collecting of a data, if my answer is coming 0, definitely I should drop this idea, because this can be an idea, but it is not a publishable idea. But any journal will accept a paper, or a good journal, you can say, accept a paper when we are contributing something new to the society, when we are contributing something new to the literature world. Just answering any problem or providing a solution to any problem which is not new, or which is not in demand, or which is not contributing anything as an implication side, is not going to publish. And our purpose of doing these all research or writing a paper or creating an idea to make our work publishable into a high index journal. So what I did after going through it, I studied detail about all these keywords, and then I start framing my topic of a research. Like some topic I'm showing you, okay, how we can create a topic. Because once you search a keyword into a Scopus database or any database, you will find a lot of topic which is already published or people are working on it. So I able to collect, these are the major topic where I can go ahead. Like I can analyze what are the factors which enable fintech environment into India. So I can definitely apply a certain methodology to it. I can go for a study of enabler in terms of secondary data management system and a secondary data approach, and then I can apply a certain methodology to it. We can study the adaptability of fintech by applying of SEM or technology accepted model, anything. We can go for an empirical study of initiative for government, how government is talking about creation of a fintech enabled environment and like that. So these are just a tentative list of my topic, which came into my mind after going through this a normal newspaper, which is called random approach of idea generation. So random approach is something which is keep coming into our mind every time. So we should be very vigilant. We should keep our eye open every time. Once we found any article, any news, any topic which is coming to our area, our domain, our expertise area, we should start finding problem related to it. And once you think that these problem can add a certain value, can give a good answer to your problem, you can convert this idea into a publishable material. Okay. So that's one approach. But the problem with the random approach, what exactly generally people face a problem into all these random approach. If I apply a random approach, the topic what we have created or topic what we are thinking of, it may not be original. But if it's original, it may be too lengthy for me to work out. So always when you are applying a random questionnaire approach or random approach of idea generation for publication, please believe on a certain mechanism where you can narrow down your topic, you can narrow down your research area. Until unless you are not positioned to narrow down your research area, you cannot provide a good publishable material. So always remember, the random question approach is the most easiest approach to start your research. But here the major problem is whether my idea is original, and if it's original, what would be the size of my work, how much time I require to complete my project, and how we can narrow down my project into a certain aspect that my outcome will be publishable into a certain good journal. Okay. So you have to narrow down your entire idea. The narrowing down can be a help of a certain keyword, narrow down with the help of a certain passage published into that particular area. Then try to create a research statement or try to create a research problem out of it. And before writing your paper, before writing your paper, try to create an outline. When I'm using the term outline, it means you have to create a blueprint of your research work. If I'm working on this idea, if I'm working on this identified idea rather than, what are the content I will incorporate into my paper? So you have to create an entire blueprint. And if you find this blueprint is something attractive to you, or even you can take a help of your peer group, you can take a help of your seniors, you can take a help of anyone which is available nearby or in access to you, and try to share that blueprint, what is going into your mind with that particular person. Because if you are sharing your blueprint with the person, definitely you will get a certain comment. This comment may be
बच्चे को कपड़े नहीं पहनाओ, इन्हें रोज पहनाओ पहली बार। दूसरी बात, अब इनको पहनाना शुरू कर दो, ये गला ढक जाएगा, टेंशन खत्म। गले से ही जाती है सारी ठंड। बिल्कुल अरेंज रखो, 5 दिन के कपड़े इसके पास श्योर होने चाहिए कि पहले दिन ये, दूसरे दिन के ये, तीसरे दिन के ये। फिर
fine. I think people are more interested in fighting a weather rather than publishing. Fine. So you have to create a blueprint. Once you create your blueprint and try to share with someone, that is the easiest way to get a advantage of your idea. So that was a random question approach. If you have any question as of now, you can do it. And this is just a method how you can narrow down your research, how you can narrow down your idea. This narrowing down can be happen on a multiple dimension, like you can divide a place, you can divide a location that I just want to conduct this research into area of West Bengal, or I just want to conduct, I will gather a data from a Rajasthan. So you can narrow down your research area with a place or region. You can narrow down your data with a time period. You can narrow down with your data with any aspect like social, legal, medical, ethical. So you have to narrow down your area into such a manner that ultimately we are able to complete our project. Because starting an idea, thinking of idea will be fruitful if we are able to produce an end result as a good quality paper. And this good quality paper can only be possible if we are very focused into our writing, if we are very focused into a problem solving. So if we are just thought about a research idea and we are not narrowing down, or we are not in position to complete it, it's not going to help anyone. So it's always advisable, once you have created an idea with a random question approach, try to narrow down with any dimension. Okay. The next part of random question approach, writing a research statement. So research statement is mandatory, since until unless you are not in position to write a research statement, your paper or objective or research question cannot be framed out of it. So actually, when we are talking about a research statement, it's just a roadmap of your research. where you want to go, how you want to go, and what exactly you want to achieve by writing this paper, it can be only written into a research statement. Okay. Typically, when we are talking about a research statement, it provides you all the argument that as an author, as a writer, we want to highlight over here. It is also sometimes answer all the direct questions related to that topic. It also helps us to resolve all the dispute. Generally, research statement should be a single line or should be a one paragraph argument. So that's the second step of a random question approach for creation of idea. And finally, you will create a blueprint of your entire research paper. The blueprint mainly when we try to present our finding into a logical format. This blueprint may be a general specific, maybe subject specific. Like if we are writing something for social sciences, we know that our outline should be start with the introduction and end with the conclusion. If we are doing something experimental or lab design, our outline will be something which will start with experiment and it may not conclusive in a nature. It may be an open-end conclusion that I can give in experimental science. So all these ideas can be applied for creation of an outline. Okay. The third approach of idea generation is collaborative approach. The collaborative approach is very popular into social sciences. If you see a survey which is done by a Scooper Sources in 2020, it says that only 3% of publication which is coming into high indexed. Here, when I'm talking about a high index, in sense of a Scoopers, the journal which is qualifying in quartile 1, Q1 journal, only 3% of the total publication was in form of solo author, which clearly indicate that collaboration is a key of success. So if you are not good enough in creation of idea generation, but you are confident enough to write a good article, confident enough to do a good research, you can collaborate with anyone. And nowadays, where we are into a world of a virtual, when we are working for a social networking, we can use our social platform, we can use LinkedIn, we can use window interface, and we can create a collaboration across the globe. And this collaboration may be interdisciplinary, it can be multidisciplinary, and where we can apply a different expertise for idea generation. So you can try a collaborative approach and generate a good idea for getting a good publication in your academic world. Okay. The next is, which is opportunity based, where we have to just capitalize any opportunity coming across to us. Okay. When I'm talking about opportunity means this opportunity can be created by a government. This opportunity can be created by any institution. Even you can get an idea from your supervisor. Like when we are going for a PhD or when we are doing a PhD, our supervisor is a perfect person who can suggest us a topic. In similar way, your senior into a system or your senior into academics can suggest you a certain good idea, can suggest you a good topic where you can think of doing something good, or you can think of something doing, which is just a minute, where you can think of as a capitalization of your opportunity. If Government of India started a certain project, and if you by chance gone through that project and you get an idea out of it, if your institution have tie-up with certain other organization and you become a chairperson for that initiative, then automatically the idea is coming to you because your institution have already created it. That's why I mentioned over here, capitalization of opportunity. But this capitalization of opportunity is not widely accepted because very few people will get an opportunity from outside. So you can say it's totally depend on a luck of a researcher, where you are getting an opportunity to, where you are getting a half-cooked food from somewhere else. Mainly when I'm talking about a capitalization of opportunity, you can say it's a half-cooked food. Someone have already cooked it and transfer into your plate or transfer to your kitchen to cook it further. So in this regard, these approach is not totally workable in a field of research, but definitely since we have a proof of it, you can refer this article where the author have explained everything about how to capitalize the opportunity. So if that's acceptable into a publication world, that's why I'm discussing over here. This capitalization of opportunity can be one approach for idea generation. Okay. Once idea is generated, what is the role an author have? Once we generate an idea, then we become an author. Until unless we are not generating an idea or we have not generated any idea for publication, we can't claim ourselves as an author. So once idea is generated, we can claim ourselves as an author and we have a certain duty. And this duty says that as an author, we have to follow the reporting standard. We are abide by the rule which is called IPR, intellectual property right. We should not be copy or we should not be violate any ethics of publication. Otherwise, the slogan of published and Paris will be applied. So definitely as author, we have to follow the reporting standard. We are responsible for data access and retention. We are responsible for originality. We are responsible for multiple or concurrent publication. We are responsible for acknowledgement and everything. So after generation of idea, we claim ourselves as an author, and the author will create a complete research paper. And if you find in front of you on the screen, this is a structure of a typical research paper for a high or good quality of journal, mainly in the area of social sciences and management. Our research paper always start with a cover note, where we are supposed to give a cover note. The cover note or a cover letter then will provide a title, or we write down a title paper or title page for our research. Then we'll go for abstract, and then we'll go write down our main article. Our main article consists of an introduction. It consists of a literature review, it consists of a research method, data analysis, finding, implication, limitation, future scope of research, reference. If required, we provide a supplementary material, appendix. If journal permit us, we have to give a appendix data set as well. And if we are using any software, mainly high index journal report us or ask us to provide an outcome of that software over there. So this is a typical structure of research paper. And I'll try to explain you the main part, which is a cover letter. Generally, we do not prefer to give more focus on a cover letter. So when we are talking about a cover letter, although many researcher, most of the researcher, you can say, find the cover letter is not an important part of your research paper. But I'll share my personal experience where I'll get a chance to publish, although I'm not a very good, well-known publisher into a market, but as of now, I'm able to get a good publisher publishing 2, 3 in A and B and all. So what my experience is that the cover letter is something which gives us opportunity to showcase our outcome in front of editor, because editor or editorial board or editorial desk does not have a time to read your entire paper when you are submitting it. So cover letter always provide the opportunity to attract and to convince editor about the quality of your paper. If you have written a good, concise cover letter, it does not guarantee a publication, but definitely a badly written letter will lead you the desk rejection. So please, when you are submitting into high index journal, you're writing a cover letter, you should be very cautious. Never try to copy the abstract into a cover letter. Because if you are trying to copy your abstract into a cover letter, it always shows that the person does not have a much understanding of their research paper. That's why they have just copied, cut and paste their abstract and try to give into a cover letter to any editor. So when we are trying to write a cover letter, first try to show how your paper is a good fit for this journal. Because I'll just share a data over here. A survey of an editor to a A and A star journal, where approximately 240 odd editors have participated into it. They made an argument that approximately 33% paper they reject from their desk on a basis of a cover letter. These editors have made a comment into editorial meet that if any author is not in position to write a good cover letter, how they expect that their research paper will be up to the mark? How they can find that their research paper is something which is worthwhile to publishing into high index journal? So as a researcher, as an author, they should never give a least important to writing a cover letter. We should always give a more focus to write a good and concise cover letter. So I'm just giving a certain tip over here, how you can write a good cover letter. The cover letter, the first thing that you have to highlight that you are in position to match all the aims and the scope of this journal into your research paper. The first. The cover letter always try to explain the additional background, how this research had been started and why you are doing this research and how this research will be helpful to solve a problem which was not mentioned into your abstract or which was not highlighted somewhere else in the starting of your paper. Okay, you should think of something where you, if you want, you can talk about a uniqueness of your paper, or even you can use the past literature which is published into this journal into a cover letter. Like if you are writing down that my research paper is an extension of a research article number 2.5 published in a volume 6 of your journal in month of January, where author have explained the criteria of adaptability of certain idea like fintech, but he was talking about that there must be a certain future scope. So my current paper will help you to achieve this future scope. So just by writing one paragraph about their past published paper, my paper give an idea to editor that what I'm submitting to this journal is very much suitable according to the aim and scope. So automatically, if any assistant of editor or editor is reading my cover letter, where I've given a reference and citation of a same journal, he thinks that this paper is worthwhile to say send to the reviewer. So you are avoiding your desk rejection by just adding a good cover paper or a good cover page. So that's my request. If you are writing or sending your paper to any good journal, try to focus on your cover page and create a good cover letter for any editorial team. And if required, if you know the name of a chief editor, please address this letter to the chief editor with their name, like Mr. X, a professor of this university, as a chief editor of this journal. So once you address this letter to a chief editor by a name, it also add a personal touch into a research paper. So these are the simple trick that a good researcher use when they're writing a cover letter and reduce their chances of a desk rejection. So please do follow this concept when you are writing or submitting your paper in next time. The next part of your research article is abstract. Mainly when we are writing the abstract, more or less we are very vigilant. We know what exactly we are writing, but still we are doing certain mistake in writing into it. Mainly most of the journal, if not an embroiled one, it will not give you a space to write a structured abstract. You have to write your abstract in a paragraph format. While if you are submitting your paper to any embroiled journal, they ask you to write your abstract into a structured manner. You can divide your abstract into a purpose, finding, originality. But apart from embroiled, very few journals are requesting you to write a structured abstract. They prefer to give you that you have to write your abstract into paragraph format, and there is a word limit for it. So just hold a moment, I'm getting a call. Hello. Okay. So when I'm writing an abstract, there is a certain thumb rule for it. The simple thumb rule of abstract writing says that if you are reading an abstract of any research paper, it should be give a complete access. It should be give a complete idea of what this research paper is talking about. So you can say that the abstract is an actual presentation of your paper. Because why a journal is looking for a good abstract? Because abstract is something which will create a selling point for a journalist. Because when you are publishing your paper into high index journal, they are try to sell their paper to a target audience. And the target audience get an abstract free. They can read the abstract free without paying any charges to the journal. So unless your abstract is something which is attractive enough and force a target audience to buy your full paper, the journal will not earn anything commercial in terms of publishing your paper. So abstract is something which is a promotional point for a journal, which is a promotional and selling point for a researcher as well. So we should be give a very good focus to writing abstract. In a normal case, abstract can be written into a different format. Like sometimes we write a critical abstract, sometimes we write a descriptive abstract, sometimes we write informative abstract, sometimes we write a highlighted abstract. Always remember, in a research paper, we have to write either descriptive or informative. We are neither going to follow a critical abstract, because when I'm using term critical, mainly these type of abstract is very infrequent, and some journal which is published from European country request you to write a critical abstract for your paper, but not in a social sciences. If you are writing something to experimental science, or like if you are trying to invent a certain medicine, or you try to publish a paper where you have done a certain experimentation on a COVID-19. In that case, journal request you to write a critical abstract rather than descriptive or informative. In most of the cases where we are talking about a social sciences research, we are major concerned about either writing a descriptive or informative abstract. And descriptive and informative abstract have a time limit of a word, whether you can write up to 100 or 300 words in a length. But we have to put everything about the paper. Mainly, when you are writing abstract, please be very careful. Do not try to copy the statement or sentence from your actual work of a research. Never try to cut, copy, paste from your introduction section. Never try to cut, copy, paste from your finding section. That's the normal thing we try to do when we are writing abstract. So you should read your entire article, and after reading your article, you should create an abstract at the end. Although abstract is written on a, you can say the front of your paper, but most of the researchers create their abstract at the end. Okay, and use please descriptive and informative abstract when you are doing or writing a paper into a social sciences. I have given a reference over here, and I'll share this slide with you so you can see how can write a good abstract with a certain example. Okay. The next important part of your research paper after writing abstract, the generally says that you have to pick out 4 to 8 keywords. Although we think that the selection of a keyword may not going to impact on your publication, but that's not a truth. The keyword is also help an editor to select a publishable quality, to help an editorial desk to reject your paper. Because when we are writing a keyword, the keyword nowadays we are not everyone, even a student of a class 1 to understand what the keyword meaning, keyword actual means, because we are living into a world of Google. So we keep on searching a keyword on a Google for everything. Even if I have to search about you or you have to search about me, the first thing we will do, we will write my name on a Google Scholar, I will write my name on a Google and put my institution name, my affiliation, and to try to find out who I am. Okay, so keyword is very important aspect even in a publication, because once you published your paper, the target audience will search about your publication or will search about your published article on a basis of keyword only. And any journal citation will increase on a basis of a keyword. So when we are selecting a keyword, we should be very cautious and try to select a keyword which was a maximum use into that domain. And how we will do it? A simple thing. You try to find out an article related to your area on a Google Scholar or a Scopus by using a multiple keywords. And the keyword which is very near to your research article or the keyword which is giving a maximum output into a Google Scholar should be a part of your research article as well. The simple meaning or simple method of writing a keyword into your research paper is tried and tested methodology. You have to think about a keyword, you have to try that keyword into Google Scholar, try that keyword into Scopus, try that keyword into Delnet, or any available data set, database that your institution is using, try to apply that keyword over there. If you are finding article related to your keyword, which is very near to your research area, you can use that keyword into your publication, that you can use that keyword into sending your paper to the journal. Fine, so please do not ignore the keyword part, because keyword is not only increasing the citation of your research paper, but it also helps to increase the citation of a journal, and every journal is concerned about their citation. The ranking depend on the citation score. So they will only refer or interested to publish those research paper which can create a more citation for a journal. Fine. So keyword is the tricky part of it. Okay. In the main script, everybody know that our script start with the introduction. And when you are writing an introduction, the first paragraph of an introduction is something very crucial for us. You try to use a certain concept or certain argument in a first line of your research paper, or at least first paragraph of your research paper, which may attract the target audience. It only helps us to understand the entire background what exactly we are doing this research, what are the problem statement, what was the things which is done into a past, and what are the remaining thing. Everything should be clear into a introduction part. So introduction or writing an introduction is always an art. So how actually I perform the introduction part? First, I write an introduction when we are start my research paper, and I try to divide into a different part. Every time when I write my introduction, I divide into a 4 section of it. The first, I try to give what is the overview of my topic into an introduction part. Then I try to write down 1 paragraph about what are the research which is happening into this area. Then I try to establish why I'm doing this research, which is the rationale of my study, or you can say objective of my study. The research question part or research objective part will be covered into my introduction. And last, I try to give 1 paragraph on the suitability of research methodology that I'm going to use or that I'm going to explain further in my research methodology area. And finally, I'll give a structure of my paper. Like further, this paper is divided into a 6 part, or this paper is structured into a 4 part, like that. So when I write my introduction, I'm very particular about it, or any author which is publishing into or try to publish into good high index journal, they try to structure their introduction. Even in a recent stage, if you find if you are publishing something into operation area, or you are trying to publish something into a marketing area, you find that introduction part is divided into a multiple segment, multiple subsection. They can write down introduction, then they write down 1.2, the rationale of study. They write down the structure of my paper at 1.3. So even you are free to use a subsection into introduction, because the purpose of adding subsection is to attract more reader towards your publication. Okay. The next step is a literature review. Although the literature review is important aspect of a research paper, but nowadays when you're talking about a finance letter, economic letters type of high index journal, they force us to not write literature review in a more detail, because they have a limitation of a word over there. They force us to write a commentary on any topic. They force us to write an entire research paper into 3,000 word only. In that aspect, they even ask us to don't add literature review part into here. You can add literature review part into appendix or supplementary material. So if you are targeting that type of journal, literature review not so important for us. But in normal case, dividing 1, 2 or few journals, the literature review also play a critical role on acceptance of your paper, because when we try to create an idea, or when we are trying to put an argument about our research problem or problem finding, we think that the researches which will happen in the recent years should be added into my publication or should be added into my research, which provide a clear idea that before writing my paper, before providing a solution to the problem what I have identified, I search the available literature universe. Because searching available literature universe is a mandatory aspect. If anyhow my research give an impression that I have not searched the available literature universe, it may give an impression that the problem what I have identified is already sorted out, already solved by someone else. So in that scenario, it may possible journal outrightly reject my paper, stating that literature review is not sufficient enough to support the argument, or the literature which is used into the current research is too old. Any type of such comments simply explain that we are weak into our literature review segment. We have not given up ideal or suitable research literature in. We are not going through the ideal or suitable research in the literature universe. So when we are writing a literature review, we have a particular purpose. Every time writing a literature review says that we try to provide a background about our research topic. We try to give a research gap, what exactly has been covered and what is left out. We try to put out the similarity of our problem, like if we have find out a certain problem into a supply chain of Indian railway system, and same problem had persist into a railway system of USA. I can use a quotation, I can write a literature review, I can use a literature which is published into Indian context, and we try to create a replication of it into US. So to demonstrate the familiarity, to demonstrate the problem into better way, the literature review is required. Okay. So how we can do a good literature review? The literature review have a certain parameters, like when we have going for writing a paper, our literature review should come from a keyword based. It should be always time based. Try to use a latest article which is published into your area. Always try to cite the most cited author into your area, because it may possible that your journal have invited that most cited author as a reviewer for your paper. And it's a human tendency, if we find my name is coming into any paper, that will increase my citation. Definitely the chances of acceptance will increase. So when you are writing a literature review, always try to search who is the most cited author into this area, the related keyword, and try to give at least one citation to that paper. Okay. And this citation is not only to increase the quality of literature review, but it also increase the publication percentage or probability of your paper. Because as an editor or as a guest editor, when we are working with any journal, our responsibility to find out a suitable reviewer. And editor find out a suitable reviewer based on the citation score of the author. Editors simply check who is the maximum cited author into this area, and they create a list of it and try to contact all these authors, and they think these authors are my prospective reviewer. That's why when you are writing your literature review, you try to use the same practice. You also find out who is the most cited author into this category, into your research area, and at least try to give one citation to that particular person. Because if by chance or by God grace, he become your reviewer, and you find that you have already cited his paper into a good way, you understand the paper in pretty well manner, you can get a higher chance. No. So that's the case happening into a research, and that's the importance of a literature review into any paper. When you're presenting your literature review, you can use a different format. Like you can divide your literature review segment into a 3-part. Literature related to the keyword 1, literature related to the keyword 2, literature related to the keyword 3, literature related to your research methodology. And finally, the last segment should be the research gap, what you have found after doing it. So always, if I'm doing a study which is based on a barrier, factor, or enabler, the research methodology is something which will provide me a list of a factor that I want to going further used into my research methodology. Okay. So you can follow even a tabular method of presentation of a literature review. Like keyword 1, related to keyword 1, I found 20 literatures. And out of these, 25 are most important. So you can explain that format as well. So tabular format, segmentation format, subsection format, all are the popular format of a literature review presentation, and which is acceptable by a good journals or high index journals into a market. Okay. Next part of your research paper is writing a method. Writing a method is a very critical aspect. So I think in 5 days, you are going to learn a different methods of research, because I was going through your FDP schedule, I found that you are going for a factor analysis, you are going for SCM, you are doing a lot of literature methodology in the future. Even I will appear in front of you to explain something about a multi-criteria decision making at the end. So I'm not going to touch much about a method over here because that require more explanation, that require more time, and we don't have that much time. So I'll just add two parameters, the two things that you may apply to write a good methodology. Generally, what happens when we are using our methods into our research paper, we are using two methods, or we can divide entire method into two categories. One, which is a well-known, widely accepted method. The other one, the innovation, what I'm doing into a methodology. So as an author, my responsibility to highlight the innovation, the new thing that I want to add into this methodology. For understanding, let's assume I'm using MCDM, multi-criteria decision making, to rank my barriers or enablers. So rather than using one approach, I decided to use a hybrid approach for it. So hybrid or combining two approaches is my addition into it. So I will highlight this hybrid part rather than highlighting two methods, a different method in detail. My focus will be on hybrid part. Like if I'm adding a fuzzy system with ISM, imperative structured modeling. So I'm combining these two approaches together to create a hybrid. So rather than giving a more explanation on an ISM or a fuzzy system, fuzzy environment, I will give more focus on the innovation part, why I'm using the hybrid approach. What was the limitation that a fuzzy have? What are the limitations that ISM has? And how I can overcome that limitation by adding fuzzy and ISM together. So always remember, when you are writing a methods, you have to segregate your method into two criteria. One, which is well-known fact, and other, the innovation, what as an author I am proposing. So never try to give a more detail of well-known fact. Like if I'm doing a research on a panel data, or I'm doing a research on something which is a time series panel data, I know I have to check the test narrative and I have to use ADF or KPSS test. So when I'm applying ADF or KPSS test, it does not mean I have to give a complete description of it. Because writing a KPSS is more than enough. Everyone understands what the KPSS is all about. The editor, the reviewer, everyone, even the author understand what the meaning of KPSS. So there's no need to explain the KPSS test in a method. Rather than explaining the test into a method, it is always advisable to explain that method in an appendix, give a cloud or web reference to it, that this method is explained by this author particularly, which is available on this website. Okay, and if possible, try to create a flowchart, which will give you a logical flow of your paper. So that's just a simple tip into writing a method. The results section of any paper is very important, because as a researcher into social sciences and a management, what I'm doing the method is not going to concern much about a reviewer. A reviewer is mainly concerned about the introduction, discussion, conclusion, and implementation part. Most of the reviewers who review your paper, they review on three parameters: how introduction is written, what are the conclusion and discussion section, and what is the implication section of this paper. So even when we get a chance to review, and since most of the paper is coming with a 6,000 word limit, and 6,000 word is given to us, which is coming around 20 to 25 pages with an appendix of 5-6 pages, we don't have a time to read all these 30 pages. So as a reviewer, where we focus mainly on the introduction section, then we directly come on a discussion results section, and then we try to find out what are the implications meant by this paper. And if we found that this implication is coming in line with the general thought, general aim and scope, definitely we recommend something in a positive direction of that paper. Fine. The result section is very important. When you are writing the result section, you should be very clear. You should try to present what you have found out in the research methodology and how it is going to implement into a further result or further practices and policy. So result and application or implication is always two way of writing the same thing. Like if you see here, I have given an example, the result and the implication part of the same thing. Like if a result we found that one study found the young learner enjoys short activity when learning a foreign language. The same thing I can write in an implication that the result suggests that the foreign language teachers use short activity when they're teaching young learner, and they positively affect learning. So finding a result and writing into an implication section is just a writing into a different format, which explain that we understand our result pretty well and where it can be used into an industry. So that's the aspect of a writing and result. So when you are submitting your paper into any high index journal, please be very careful that implication is a mandatory part of it. Until unless you are not proving that your result or discussion will be applied in certain policy and practices, definitely you will get a rejection of this paper. Limitation of many of researchers or many of us think that limitation is just a quorum, that's a format of a paper that I have to follow. But please do remember, limitation is a method or a tool to reduce a negative comment from a reviewer. Because when we do our research, we can easily find out where a reviewer can give me a bad comment. So I will write down that part into my limitation. Like if we have collected a sample of 100 people only, although there is a need to collect 100 sample of 500 people in a primary data. So I write down in a limitation that due to shortage of a time or the a limitation of a researcher, I'm just able to use this entire study on 100 sample rather than 500. So while writing this statement, I'm just reducing a negative comment from my reviewer. Because now reviewer does not have a scope to write on about my sample, that sample size is small. So please do remember, limitation is not a part of your, just not a format of your research paper, but it is something where we can use as a tool of this writing limitation to reduce a negative comment always. Okay. After writing a paper, you have to submit your paper to some good journal. So submitting or finding a good journal is always a tedious job for anyone. For this, a lot of services are available. Consultancy services, editorial services, author services is available into a market, which is run by so many good publishers. Like Emerald is running it, Elsewhere is having some editorial and authorship services. Even the Taylor and Francis have, Wiley have. So if your institution is ready to pay, you can take a help of these services which is available into a market. Else, we can use the journal finder. I have given a link for it. Emerald have a journal finder. Elsewhere have a journal finder. Sense have a journal finder. In journal finder link, you have to just put your abstract, keyword, and area. This publisher house will suggest you a certain good journal. Once they are suggesting you a journal, you have to think about a journal matrix. Like when I'm talking about a journal matrix, you can see the site score, you can see the SJR score, you can go for H index, you can go for JIF index, and find out which is the most suitable and high index journal which may accept your paper. Fine. Always when we are submitting to any journal, we have to ready to follow the author guidelines. Every journal have their own template, own format. If we are not submitting as per the journal format, definitely our paper will be unsubmitted or it get a desk rejection. So to avoid desk rejection or editorial desk rejection, we should always read the author guideline in detail and try to create your paper into a same template. Once you submit your paper to any good journal, there is a certain responsibility which is given to an editor. An editor will play their responsibility. The first responsibility of editor and editorial team is they will try to check suitability of your paper as per theme and aim of the journal. And if they find your paper is suitable, then they will select a reviewer, else your paper will get desk rejection. Okay, so it is a duty of editor to check the suitability, identify the reviewer, call for a reviewer, go for a fair play, keep a confidentiality, involvement, cooperation, investigation. So that's the editorial duty. It's not related to author. Mainly we are concerned about the review. Most of the journal follow a blind review system where the reviewer and author are not known to each other. There are certain times where single blind review is happening, where author does not know the reviewer, but reviewer know the name of author. Here, when we are talking about the peer review or review process, it's a bit lengthy and we have a data of it. If you go through comment, it simply says that this data here simply says that the rejection side of a reviewer is very high. And when any reviewer is rejecting a paper, they generally give a harsh comment to the author. They generally give a negative comment to the author. When I'm using a term negative, it means they try to use a language which is not ethical, like your paper does not suit for anything. You have written a bad paper. You don't know how to write a good paper. Your paper is not suitable for any high index journal. So all are the harsh comments that we can expect from a reviewer. And when a reviewer is writing a comment, they follow the 3 steps. They give a reviewer rating, and the reviewer rating based on 6 parameters. Suitability of topic, the content, whether it's original, accuracy, presentation, and overall rating. Then a reviewer have to submit recommendation. This recommendation is rejection, minor revision, major revision, and acceptance. And finally, detailed comment. If reviewer is giving a detailed comment, we should be very thankful to the reviewer, because once we get a detailed comment from one reviewer from a one good journal, it's always an opportunity to revise your paper into that direction. So all reviewer not in the same mind frame. Generally what happens if reviewer is giving a negative comment or reviewer is giving a good comment, don't feel disheartened from it. It is just a part of your publication duty. If we have submitted our paper, definitely we are ready to accept any type of review comment that a reviewer is giving. Even when we are acting as a reviewer, we perform the same task, which is because it becomes a responsibility of a reviewer to select a most suitable paper for that particular journal. If you see the data, Stan Wall, a very popular professor and editor into psychology and social sciences, he made a comment that during his editorship, none of the article which was submitted to Psychological Bulletin, a famous journal into that area, has been accepted without any change. So this statement itself explains that if we want to publish any paper into high index journal, we should ready to accept the reviewer comment and try to respond the reviewer comment into a polite manner. Okay, so we are running short of time, so I'll not go into a detail about all the comment, how to go through it. I'll just share this slide so you can see how to address, how to write a reviewer comment and how to respond it. Okay, so once you are ready with a reviewer comment, and when you are submitting or your revision work, please don't forget to write a separate letter to editor. When I'm using term a separate letter to editor, it means either you are creating a summary of a changes or you try to create a defense for a comment which is received from a reviewer. And also write a separate letter for each reviewer if possible. If journal give you a space to write a separate letter for all reviewer, please do it. Otherwise, write a combined letter to all the reviewer by thanking them. Okay, and try to respond every comment what you think that should be answered. Fine. So once you are able to do it and you are ready to do it in a continuous manner, definitely your paper will be accepted and published. So after publication, we do have our responsibility to increase the citation of our own paper. Why we are doing it, or why it is important to increase the citation, not to increase your name and fame, but you are all also helping a journal to increase their citation. And if journal found that your paper is coming into high citation zone, next time if you submit a paper to the same journal, the chances of publication will be very high. So in post publication, you can go for a self-marketing, you can use a social media marketing, you can go for a student marketing, you can go for a self-promotion, you can go for a promotion from conference promotion. But ultimate goal of any author of a published paper to increase the citation. Now this citation will help you to accept your paper next time when you are submitting into a same journal. Fine. So always we have a barrier for a writing, but please do keep on writing if you want to excel into your academic world. So that's and from my side. If anyone have any question, query, please let me know.
Yeah, audience, you can directly unmute yourself and ask the questions, or you may type the same in the chat box so I can share the question to sir. Any questions, audience?
Fine, I think.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
I want a small question. No, if the reviewer gives some so many comments, but answer one comments may give the answer of other comments also. So whether we will have to give the answers of all the comments, or if one if it is sufficient to give one answer, then whether it will be okay. That I want to know.
So, Professor, see, it's a general or the simple answer of this question. Let's assume you and me are sitting into a student panel, and I give a certain comment to the student, and same time you are giving the same comment to the student. There's always responsibility of a student to answer each of us separately. Because if he is answering to me, not to you, definitely you will feel disheartened. And you will again give a bad comment to the same student.
Okay.
It's a normal psychological thing that we have to answer every comment if possible. If not, we try to create a defense for it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
If not, then thank you from my side, and thank you to be a patient listener.
Okay, since the audience is not having any question, we would like to sincerely thank Dr. Santosh Kumar sir, and I would request our respected Dean sir, Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dubey sir, to share a vote of thanks with sir. Sir, over to you. Dean sir, over to you.
Dr. Dubey is there.
Are we having Dean sir?
Better you call him. I think he's not getting your voice.
Yeah, I shall call him.
Yeah.
Okay, there might be some technical snack at sir's end. He's not being able to communicate due to some technical difficulty. So on behalf of the Department of Management Studies, JISU University, we are highly indebted and thankful to Dr. Santosh Kumar sir for his words of wisdom and sharing his huge experience in publication and motivating our research scholars, motivating the faculties. And with your inputs, I believe, sir, we are now in a position to feel confident to write a paper and use your suggestions in a methodical way to publish them in good journals. We will definitely keep your suggestions, your pointers into our mind, and definitely we'll try to implement those things when we are sending the papers to the concerned journals. But from the side of the audience, I would like to say that we would stay connected with you, and if they have any questions, they would stay connected to us, and we will share those questions with you so that we can build up a network, and this network helps us to publish quality papers, and that is exactly the objective of this workshop. So once again, thanks to you, lot of gratitude, lot of wishes from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Indranil, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Please take care. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So I'll leave now.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, dear audience, here we come to the closure of the workshop. I would request you to go through the exercises what sir has suggested. Please go through the websites what he has suggested. Go through the links what he had provided during the workshop, and this you can practice in the next half an hour, so that whatever suggestions sir has given to you during this 1.5 hour discussion, it doesn't get lost. I believe that you must have taken screenshots and taken important notes out of this session. So please keep them with you, and definitely you can come back to us for any clarification. We can share those things with Professor Santosh Kumar. So here we are calling off the day, and we would meet you once again tomorrow for the second day of the workshop, and we would meet you tomorrow sharp at 11 a.m. Instead of 10:30, we are going to meet at 11 a.m. and we are going to have Dr. Sumit Narula, and he is a reputed faculty, professor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, and he would be talking about the review of literature and reference management. So this is a very, very important discussion session. I want you to be very attentive and participate wholeheartedly in this session. And in the post-lunch session, that is from 2 o'clock to 4 p.m., we're going to have trigonometric analysis and Python coding. And that session would be taken care by Dr. Ritesh Kumar Dubey. He's a professor from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. So that is the session. and we are eagerly looking forward for those two sessions. So please join in time and please participate in the discussion. Please share your questions and wish you a great day tomorrow and a fruitful evening. So thank you all of you from the team.